Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, Jim?
Hello, doing good.
All right, we are live. Let me see which stream I want the best. Let's do this one. Let's put this up here. There we go. How are you doing? It is Thursday afternoon, and we got a little bit of a late start. We're gonna start with 6 players. It's a great lineup we've got. This is Eric Anderson with Jim Coyle doing remote commentary. Love the dog pictures. Are those your dogs?
Those are our past dogs. Yeah, they're Dory. Dory paints a little bit, and she's done some portraits of our previous dogs. The one we have now, we don't have a picture of him yet, but
Okay.
he's a little shaken up today. We've got a lot of construction going on outside in the road, and he doesn't like that. So he's just running around here, teeth chattering, very frightened.
He's not
He's a
liking it.
scaredy cat.
All right. All right. Um, well, we're trying something new today. We're doing a lower stakes PLO game. $2, $3 blinds. I think it's $1,000 max buy-in, but it also has matches stacked, so it has the potential to get really big. Some of the regulars, Florida Boy, Aaron, obviously, a few new people. Zane, if you've played with Zane before, I've seen him in the club, but this is his first time on stream. Gorilla's first time on stream.
All right.
He was playing last night, and Kim told him they had a seat open, and so we had bets on whether or not, because he was here at 3 a.m. when we closed, so we had bets on whether or not he would be here at noon, and he rolled in at the last minute. So that's going to be fun to see how he plays.
Yeah.
I've played with him before in the room, so it'll be good. Who else do we have? KPT is here. Yeah, it's going to be a good stream. Lots of excitement. They were playing for about an hour pre-stream as people were showing up. RV Phil walked in just as I was coming back here, so he'll be about 10 minutes late for the stream. And Ladybug, who's on the cover, Rosie, she's on the thumbnail. She's not here yet. So we've got a couple of people who are stuck in traffic, and they'll be just a little bit late. But it should be a great stream.
Sounds like your typical Dallas problem, traffic.
Yeah, traffic. I tell people I'll give you that excuse for a week, and then you just have to know if I want to be here at noon, I leave at 11 for a 20-minute drive because
Have to adjust.
Traffic's horrible down here. You have more people on the road at any given time in DFW than I think live in Minnesota, where I'm from. I mean, there are so many people down here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But so, did you get a chance to have a good lunch before we get started?
Absolutely. Yeah, I got DoorDash from Jersey Mike, so I'm good to go.
Perfect. What else can we talk about in the next couple of minutes while we're waiting for this stream to start? Who are we? Specials?
I'm sweating Dory in the 250K at TCH.
All right.
This is the flight 1C, I guess. She got busted the first bullet. Kings against pocket deuces. Guy flopped quads. But she's up to 87K now, so she's doing just fine.
Yeah, you can't put somebody on a deuce when you have a lot of pre-flop action.
Yeah.
All right. Day 2 is tomorrow for that?
No, day 2 will be Sunday, and then final table will be Monday.
For some reason, I thought it was Saturday. All of a sudden,
you've got several more flights.
Yes. All right.
I'll try again tomorrow, I think.
What's the buy-in on that?
$300.
All right. Beautiful. Excellent. They do great tournaments over there.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. They usually crush the guarantee.
Yep. Let me click on this chat program. Do you see the chats over here?
I do. I see Ace High Sean saying awesome that there's remote commentary options.
Yes. Sean is putting on another. His 1-3 dealer's choice game has been so popular. He gets a full table with a second table of alternates on Tuesday nights. We're going to run it again tonight.
That's great.
We're going to replace the 5-5-10 with another 1-3 dealer's choice game or dealer's choice button. and he lined up a bunch of people. It didn't take him long to fill that table up. And then Sunday at noon, we're going to start doing 1-2 round of each, like a $500 buy-in. If you're interested in that, call down here and get on Poker Atlas, and that'll be a good stream. So we've got a doubleheader today, the PLO right now, and at 7 o'clock, the 1-3 dealer's choice button. Nothing tomorrow, nothing Saturday, but Sunday we're doing another doubleheader where we're doing another 1-2 round of each, and then we're going to end it with a bigger game. I think it's a 2-5, maybe a 5-5 Sunday night, and there's already a list going for that.
That sounds great.
So, all right, we got Vince starting in the box. We've got a brand new dealer, David. He dealt the WSOP feature table, so I met him this morning, and he's going to be dealing this stream for the next 4 hours with Vince.
Outstanding.
Can you hear the table mic okay?
I think it could be a little louder.
Let me turn that up a little bit.
Because I'm more interested in their commentary than my commentary.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be some good commentary. Oh, they're also, they've got some kind of little prop game where I think if you flop a set, everybody owes you $25 or something like that.
Really?
Isn't it fairly easy to flop a set in Omaha, or is it not? Not as easy as I think.
It seems that whenever I flop a set, somebody flops a higher set, so I think it's easier.
Yeah, it must be pretty easy. Let's take a look at these players. All right. Did it just get really quiet all of a sudden?
Well, they're just starting out.
Okay, good. KPT in the 3 seat. Florida Boy in the 4 seat. Gorilla in the 5 seat. Aaron hosting this game in the 6 seat. We got Brian, a new player, in the 7 seat, and Zane, a new player, in the 9 seat. Like I said, Ladybug, Rosie is on her way, and RV Phil walked in the door as I was getting ready for this. We start every game with a double board PLO bomb pot with a $500 cap. Now, this is a $300 to $1,000 buy-in, and I think Florida Boy bought in for $300, Gorilla bought in for $500, and everybody else bought in for the max of $1,000.
Okay. And I see Joe Durham says, "What's up, guys? Not much. You just caught the first hand of the stream. We're just starting out."
Yeah.
We already have it all in.
Yeah. I could have spoiled that for you because I saw them immediately buy chips. They're going to chop it up.
Okay.
I wonder what they were buying chips for. Maybe somebody just decided to top it off.
Could be.
All right. Now, I am going to go find out why I don't have any table mic. It was working.
Yeah, it was a little low, but it was working.
Did I mute? Unmute? Vincent's going to take a minute to swipe everybody in. I'm going to leave you alone for just a minute while I go check out the other. I'm going to go check out the table mic. I'll be right back.
Sure, no problem. Florida boy goes all in. And they run it twice. And it looks like Florida boy will be rebuying.
All right, I fixed it.
All right. Well, while you were gone, we had an all-in and Florida boy rebought.
There we go. I knew somebody did. So Gorilla this is his first time on stream. I don't think Vince has taught him how to use that reader yet, so he didn't scan his cards. KPT folded already,
Okay.
so we didn't scan his cards. Florida boy and Brian. Brian's got a flush draw. Oh, he bets at it and takes it down.
I always just know how much money I have, and then at the end, I can back out. Like usually I that's just a lie. You thought you had 7,500 today. You had 76. And you didn't know. Yeah, I did. I'm $100 richer than I thought. I miscounted my stack. I had a dirty stack of money.
See Hayden Fertini joining us in chat.
How you doing, Hayden?
Everything's good here.
Now, in PLO, how valuable is a pair of jacks like Gorilla has right now? Jack, 10-8, no suits. Is that like a pair of jacks in Hold'em is way more powerful than a pair of jacks in
That's for
PLO,
sure.
I would think.
Yeah, I think typically you want to you don't want to have a Badoogie hand like one of each suit.
Right.
Rainbow is not preferable, but again, Jax is fairly strong.
I've played it. Not really.
The ace comes out, KPT bets and immediately gets 2 folds.
Because there used to be a lot of people that wanted to play it. Now no one's playing it. But I think that, like, does Rebecca host a Congress? Is that it's a every Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Sunday. It can be pretty good.
It depends on, I mean, it's usually pretty good. That's what I heard. It's usually pretty good.
Like if Jeremy, Steven, Todd, and
Sound check from Hayden says we sound good.
Yeah, I know.
That's good.
Well, there's a couple
and like
of guys.
I think she's
Jack Jack 10-8, strong connectivity, but no suits hurts the value.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we were alluding to. Now Florida boys got that middle pair. Jack 10. Now they are straddling. I don't know if it's a mandatory, like if they're doing a 2-3, a 3-blind game, or if they're just volunteering to straddle. We'll find that out shortly. But right now, Aaron straddled. Florida boy
And
flops
with
a set.
2-3 blinds, what's the straddle on that? 5 or is it 6?
I like to go 5.
I don't think so.
The math is just easier that way.
Right.
Florida boy on his second bullet flops middle set and rips it in. They get dog going. There's a flush hits the first board, but nobody had the flush. Flush hits a boat on the second board for him. He's going to sweep it. KPT, I think that's called a. Is that called a wrap? Is a $10 straddle? Thank you, Hayden. I think it's called a wrap when you have 3 cards in your hand that make the straight, and all you have to do is pair one of those cards on the board, and you have a straight. I think that's called a wrap. I'm not positive. PLO is not my game of choice, but it's super fun playing with 4 cards.
Yeah. Speaking of PLO, not your game of choice. If those of you watching are thinking of taking up PLO, I know Hayden is running a Monday 11 o'clock class for PLO at the club.
Yeah, called it Coffee and Coaching. And,
Coffee and coaching with Hayden for PLO on Mondays.
That's a good time. RV Phil's sitting down. He drew the 8 seat. This is a random draw game. You can't just look around the table and pick your spot.
where do you see you growing in the company?
So RV Phil in the 8 seat. I'm sure he's going to come in for the max 1,000. He might even come in a little for more if since it is match a stack.
Right.
Let's check out these stack sizes after 5 hands.
I'm going to do contract next time. There's a contract in a couple of years.
KPT 1,200. Gorilla down to 377.
I haven't played all of them. Did that one home game. Yeah, I was at once a month. Not every month.
You know what's fun? Like I don't feel like I have a gambling problem. When I don't play for a while, I feel like I don't talk that much because my family, I'm responsible and like I'm the dad, right? My business, I am the responsible business owner, right? But like poker, I'm just the guy who goofs around and gambles, right? And so like I'm able to like I don't know, like so like when I don't play for a while, I feel like too responsible. I feel too responsible. I feel like I said, my persona here is like I can just goof off and play around, right? But at home, it's not that way. If it makes you feel better, Aaron, nobody here thinks you're responsible. That's helpful. Thank you.
Gorilla with a set of 5s and Florida boy open-ended.
Oh, now I'm really curious as to what that prop bet was at $25 prop. He's all in for his 500. He's got an 81% chance of winning this. Aaron with 2 pair, top 2. Makes a call. 3 is going to go. Gorilla's going to win them both, right? Yeah,
Yeah, it's a scoop.
Gets both of them. Nice little $490 added to his stack. Quick little double up. Welcome to the stream, Gorilla.
Yeah, I know the last few days that I've been there at Peaks playing the 1-2 round of each, he's been playing.
Yeah, he's a fixture down here. He's here most days.
I used to love that show so much. I remember in middle school.
All right, looks like it's not a mandatory straddle.
No.
I don't see one out there right now.
The Simpsons won, but I remember there was like 3 votes for Married with Children. Those were my favorite 2 shows growing up.
RV Phil pots it.
I watched the whole series like 10 years ago, and it was, I thought it was going to be a little more like big joke than I remember.
With a double. I'm not smart enough to know if this hand is good. He's got the ace king suited and the 3-4 suited, so he's covering both sides of the board. And then Brian's got 2 pair queens and 7s covering hearts and clubs.
Yep.
I've got to think. If I have the option, I prefer RV Phil's hand. Double suited with ace king 4-3. What do you guys think in the chat? Tell me if I'm way off base or if that's a good hand to gamble with. 4-6-8 on the flop. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about. RV Phil's got 2 pair now.
Well, Aaron's got a straight.
It's not the good straight though. 5-7 would be the good straight. He's got the.
Yeah, he's got the low end.
RV Phil need a diamond to make the nut flush. Board pairs. Nobody could be happy about that. It's going to check around. Aaron's going to pick up the pot with a straight.
Yep.
We're proud of you, right? Huh? We're proud of you. Well, it's just funny because I'm like, how could I'm shoving any flop, right? And I look at it and I'm like, man, that's so bad flop. Like,
Thank you.
I mean, you still flopped the pair. I had no pair on that flop.
No, but you have twos, right?
No.
Who's the spades on the turn?
Pocket 2s. I had a 2, so yeah.
So you had a pair.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Just got confirmation in about 10 minutes we're going to have a full table.
That might be one of the only flops I could literally just fold.
I'm going to leave you alone for just a second while I go make sure production is got the right names in there. Because Rosie goes by Ladybug and Willie goes by Easy. So I want to make sure production knows the right names.
All right. Sounds good, Eric. KPT raised to 35. Aaron called, RV Phil called, and Zane folds. KPT flops a boat. Bets 50. RV Phil calls. Goes check, check. River 7. KPT bets out. Looks like 100. And RV Phil folds.
All right. I have such a good crew. I've been training the last couple of weeks. TiVo and Aiden, and they had Aiden already had the correct names in there, so we're good to go.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, TiVo and Aiden are doing great.
I feel like sitcoms, obviously, they're just
I really like the team we're building.
Yeah, it's a great team. Absolutely.
a lot of comedies aren't like some of them are okay, but like
And Dory tells me, sounding good, baby. She might have been talking to you.
Probably you.
So who's better? There's Ladybug. Who is better at PLO, you or Dory?
I wouldn't.
Or neither
I,
one of
I
you?
wouldn't
play
say
PLO?
either of us are. We are pretty much no limit hold'em
Two card
tournament
players?
players.
Oh wow! Look at that. Florida boy just flops a boat.
Yep.
now it's gone.
And
Now Aaron has a straight draw. How excited are you to have a straight draw on a paired board in Omaha? RV Phil just fires at it with no part of it. Aaron does make the call. Ooh, spades come home.
yep.
And Aaron does have the high straight 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, he can't be happy about that.
RV Phil's drawing dead. Florida boy bets 175 into a $400 pot. How happy is Aaron? He's got a straight on a board that has 3 spades and it's paired. He does let it go. Good fold, Aaron. I suppose PLO players know that's an easy fold. It'd be a lot tougher, obviously, if we were playing 2 cards. And
Someone else, it wasn't GT that was telling this story. They just remembered something. Oh, I have to do less.
Ladybug always fun to watch.
This is a great lineup for today.
I'm excited about all the streaming we're going to be doing. If you guys like dealer's choice, lower stakes, 1-3, with a $1,000 max buy-in, come play tonight. I mean, come get on the list. The table's full, but come get on the list tonight, 7 to 11, and jump on that round of each list up for Sunday at noon.
Okay, that dealer's choice. It's one.
One hand of dealer's choice. They've got a backwards button,
Yep.
and when the button meets the dealer's choice button, that player gets to pick. Now, when we're out in the room, you can pick pineapple, you can pick 5-card draw, you can pick basically all of the options, Badoogie, Badacy, triple draw. When we're on the stream, we restrict them to flop games only because we don't have a muck antenna, and we don't want to go through the process of rescanning the cards for the draw games. So we just restrict them to flop games. So basically on the dealer's choice, they can do a double board bomb pot, they can do Omaha, they can do Omaha 8, they can do 5-card Omaha high, they can do 5-card Omaha 8, which is Congress here in Dallas.
Yep. Very good.
Aaron's got trip 8s. Not real excited about it. Picks up a $210 pot.
I tripped 3s in my hand. I was just trying to take it down. I almost folded.
All right, guys. Once around the table, let's see what these stack sizes look like. KPT, they haven't moved around too much. KPT still up at the top. Gorilla added 500 to his stack from the last time we checked. Ladybug just bought in and paid the blinds.
I guess I can't lose that much. It's not a bad split the river, but getting called to 2 spots.
And Aaron's blocking himself with the flush draw. He's got 3 diamonds. Makes it harder to get one, especially since Gorilla folded 2 of them. KPT, that's a nice little rundown. Double suited, 9 jack, queen, king. That's a hand I'd play. It's only got 13% equity against this field.
Yeah, that's the difference between Hold'em and PLO. The pre-flop equities are so close in PLO. It's it boggles my mind.
Florida boy flops 2 pair. He's got the most of this in his straddle. 210 of the pot. He's going to bet out for 80. Aaron's just going to rip it with top pair.
Wow.
Wow. Don't try this at home, kids. Very interesting. RV feels like I have an overpair. I'm going to make a call. Everybody else folds. Is he going to make Florida boy fold the best hand? Not for $200. He's going to make the call. Very interesting. I wonder what's Aaron's thinking. If he was just short stacked and wants to reload and thought top pair is a good hand to go with.
Could be.
Ace of diamonds, that's going to help him.
Oh yeah, now he picks up the flush draw.
RV Phil goes from a pair of 10s to a pair of aces. And the 4, does anybody... Yeah, Florida boy turns 2 pair into a straight.
Yep. Turns the wheel. River's a wheel.
That's the nuts? No, 5-6 would be the nuts. 5-6 would be the nuts. Maybe that's why he checks it back. I wonder if there's some confusion on Chris's part, Florida boy's part, why he didn't bet, or he was out of position, so maybe he was hoping Phil would take a stab at it. Hayden in the chat saying KPT has a great squeeze hand. That was that double suited rundown. Is that called a rundown? Looks like Aaron bought back in for 500. KPT's got top pair. Dude, he's got 2 pair, 10s and trays. Aaron's got a straight draw and a pair. KPT just rips it and Aaron says, yes, let's do it. That doesn't do it. I think KPT sweeps both of them again.
Yep, scoops that one.
This is a fast game. Now, I wonder if that's Aaron's strategy where he doesn't buy in for the maximum, just so he can just, get it all in. Let's take a glance at these cumulative winnings after just a couple of hands. KPT's up $747. Aaron, he's down 2 buy-ins and looking for his third now. RV Phil down 680 after that hand. Florida Boy up.
I bet Aaron has never picked up a client from the poker table. So like, if he runs your business how he plays, like he turned me down. He turned you down.
He turned me down.
The funny thing is, honestly, he big timed you. Peaks is a client of mine, so it's just crazy.
Ladybug has a flush.
Zane raised to 40. Ladybug calls. Florida Boy calls. Gorilla calls.
All the clubs are gone.
But I would request
Aaron calls.
you spray my house. Don't send anyone else ever.
RV Phil calls.
And then I would just like
6 players to a flop.
in the morning, and I'd be out there with a cup of coffee. Like,
No clubs. Go figure.
All spades. Now, Florida Boy has the ace of spades, so he can represent.
so yeah, 40
Well, and then the board pairs, so now he can't represent the nut flush anymore. RV Phil does have 3 nines, but he's only got 4%.
Florida Boy's got 3 nines with a better kicker.
Yep.
And
And now he has a boat.
Yep.
Aaron's going to stab at it. If nobody else wants it, he says, I'll take it. He's going to fold around to Florida Boy, who lets it go. All right, he had the worst full house,
You guys all owe me
the
money.
9-3.
Maybe not really. Well, 2 people we didn't tell. We
Yeah,
didn't tell
if
2
you
people.
get win with trips, you
Yeah, so the 2 people that we didn't tell, we shouldn't tell.
Also,
What just happened there? Did he flop?
you didn't know the game, but you now are gonna play. Since you win with trips in your hand. I was like, I wanted to keep your settlement, but
So I'm not sure what prop game they were playing there. Something about if you win with a pair in your hand.
Well, it must. I mean, he had King 666, right? So he had.
Oh. That makes way more sense if you have trips in your hand, not if you flop a set and he had 666 in his hand. Okay, that's
now we
way more
figured it out.
difficult. That makes more sense. I thought it was if they flopped a set, and I was like, that's not very hard to do in Omaha. But
Much
having-
harder to win with trips in your hand.
yeah, I love that game now. I wasn't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. I'm glad it happened so we could learn. That's a fun game. Playing Omaha and you have trips in your hand. It's kind of like the 7 deuce because it's such a bad game. Both RV Phil and Gorilla with 3 queens and an ace. No, I'm wrong. RV Phil has 3 queens. Gorilla just has a single queen. Now he's got 2 pair. He lets it go. I thought they both had ace queen, and there's 2 queens on the board because when the overlay switched, it put RV's hand where the flop normally is. So I was looking at RV's Phil's hand,
Yeah.
thinking it was a flop.
Yeah, it was confusing me too.
I do love the split screen when they're heads up. I do love that new feature we added.
Yeah, that's great. I think the only other place I've seen them do that is Champions.
It's additional 300.
Seat 6.
It requires different hardware, but it was something they wanted. We also added, I don't know if people are aware of this, we added a second antenna to every spot to make it easier for PLO. So instead of a 4-inch by 4-inch square, we've got a 4-inch by 8-inch rectangle in front of every player, and it makes it easier to read the PLO 4 cards. Now they are doing a backwards button bomb pot. That's interesting. That's fun.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a $500 cap on the double board bomb pots.
So it's kind of like the dealer's choice game tonight, where
Yeah,
have
but
the first button, and when it matches up, you do that game.
Yeah.
Nice.
But here your only choice is double board bomb pot.
Yep. Yeah, because there's not enough action in this game.
Right. I asked if they were going to have the knit game, and they said they didn't need it. Ladybug has a flush draw on bottom.
Well, I think the trips in your hand game is
I love the trips in your hand game.
similar to the knit game. How about if you had quads in your hand?
Man, that's nice.
Does that double the
Yes, that would be really cool. It'd be hard to win a hand with quads. When I first started learning to play 5-card Omaha 8, which we call Congress down here, I was dealt a straight flush in my hand, and I snapped a picture and mucked it.
Yep.
That was the first day I learned how to play, and I went, I don't know for sure, but I know this is not good. I know I cannot improve. All right, they're going to chop it up. RV Phil's got a straight on the bottom. Aaron has 3 pair on top. They're not going to chop it up. RV Phil's going to fire at it and take it all. Well played, Phil. So what got you into poker? You've been playing for a while?
Me? Yeah. I mean, growing up, my grandmother taught me how to play 5-card draw. That was a long time ago. And I'd always had interest in playing cards. We played spades and pinochle and euchre with my friends in high school and college. And then, about 20 years ago.
During the boom?
Yeah, kind of. I decided, well, let me. I was recently divorced, and I said, let me go to this bar. They're having, free poker tournaments.
Yep.
So I went out there and I played that night. I had a good time, and I actually met Dory that night. She was running the tournament. She was the tournament director.
There you go.
So it kind of grew from there. I said, and I did fairly well that first night. I'm like, well, this is ridiculous. It can't be this easy. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So I started, reading up on things and learning and going to various sites and reading books. And it just became something that we both were really interested in. And we've been married 17 years now.
Nice.
And we're both retired. And pretty much that's all we do now is play poker or just hang out.
That sounds like a dream.
It's not bad. It's not bad. And quite frankly, we were looking to retire about 5 years ago. We're like, oh, where do we want to live when we retire? And the thought of, well, maybe we should move to Vegas because there's always good poker there.
Right.
And then, well, poker came to us. I mean, you've got Choctaw has 4 major series a year, and DFW has just blown up with the poker rooms. I mean,
Yep.
it's an amazing poker community.
Yep. Great place for poker.
Yeah, and we're just trying to add to it and find our niche in the community and make it better for the players.
Florida boy can't find that scanner. We're not going to get his hand. That's okay. Spoiler, he will fold. Otherwise, we would see his cards. Deuce 4-5 flops Aaron a straight.
Wow.
He's going to go ahead and bet $50 at it. Get Brian to call with a flush draw. 10 high flush draw. But a flush draw nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm
Zane-
never feeling good about a 10 high flush draw.
Yeah, he gets there. Zane has an open ender. Since everybody checked around, Brian's going to go ahead and fire $75, it looks like. And Aaron is wondering if his straight's any good. 6-8 beats him now.
Yeah.
He does let it go.
Joe Durham says, Jim, you and Dory are making a great community of peaks. And that goes along to all the staff as well. Yeah, the staff is incredible. Hayden and Kim and Eric, they've done a fantastic job hiring staff and getting them up to speed. It's a fantastic staff.
Is everyone gonna eat? Okay, well, can you order some slow bones? Yeah.
They're talking about ordering some slow bones. Right next door is a fabulous barbecue restaurant. It's only open from 11 to 3. And when they're out of food, they're out of food. And it is one of the top 50 barbecue restaurants in the state of Texas. And that's saying something.
Yeah, they're saying something.
I don't think I can get out of there without spending $40 on because I ordered the meal, and then a couple of sides, and it's they know their value. They know they
Yep.
know what they got, and they charge accordingly. But it's so good. All right, we're down to three-way action. $45 a piece. Ladybug, Florida boy, and Aaron. We got to get Aaron a good nickname. We got Gorilla, Ladybug, Florida boy, KPT, and Aaron. Ladybug does have the nut flush and bets 95 and just takes it down. Shows a 7-5, doesn't show the king 7. Maybe a little false advertising, act like she would have bet that with a 7 high flush.
Little gamesmanship.
That's a little tricky there, Rosie. Like, oh, that's how I act when I have the 7 high flush. That's next level.
6-hour flight.
I mean, some people would just not show or show the nuts. She instead shows like
They did the subway
a 7 high flush and makes people think that's what she's betting on. I like that.
Yeah. Gonna have to remember that one.
Yeah. Aaron with 2 pair Jackson 6s in his hand. Florida boy makes it 35 to go with a mystery hand. He's having a hard time finding that sensor. I think Gorilla's the only one to fold. So we are Texas heads up to the flop. We got 7 players. Brian flops top 2. KPT flops a straight with top pair. No, he doesn't. 5, 6. He's got a wrap though. He needs any of his cards to pair to make a straight. Like that one is good.
Yep.
Now he's got the straight with the 6-8. Brian with two pair. Does not want to chase the full house. KPT takes down another big pot. He's kind of running over this game a little bit right now. It's early, and a lot of that is card dependent, where he just happens to have the best hand when somebody has the second best hand. But way to go, Kevin.
He's been running hot since the first hand.
Let's check out these stack sizes. KPT up at 2,200. Gorilla's a short stack with $740. Let's check out these cumulative winnings. That's the thing about having a match to stack game, is you can keep going. Brian's at exactly 0 after 20 hands.
That was excessive. You scared me out.
Aaron raises it to $25, gets 4 callers. 5-way to a 8-tray deuce flop. KPT with 2 pair. Shows Florida boy. Okay. Those equity changed as people folded. The equities changed a lot. That was interesting.
Absolutely.
And KPT goes to 50%. He was at like 20% and Florida boy had the most equity. RV Phil backs into a straight accidentally. He was calling with a ace high flush draw, and he accidentally gets runner straight.
Hit the gutter.
Florida boy picks this time to bet at it with a smaller straight, 5-6. Oh. RV Phil just calls. 10 jack beats him. Shows Florida boy the bad news. I wonder if that was a little bit of a blocker bet with the third nut straight. Thinking I'll pay this much for this hand.
Could be.
A lot of strategies I need to learn.
Yeah, you and me both. That's why you need to go to that coffee and coaching at 11 o'clock on Mondays with Hayden.
Neil
Bill
Volaski.
Voloski,
You know that guy?
absolutely.
He says hello, Dory, on Facebook. Speaking of Facebook, I'm going to jump on here and share this. Speaking of sharing, hey guys, if you like what you're watching, like, share, subscribe, get notified of us.
Good to see you on here, Neil, and go Scarlet Knights. KPT and Florida boy both with the 6 high straight.
All right, let's see who else we can get here.
Got a redraw. Too big a straight.
Florida boy has the redraw. needing a 5, 7, 8, or 10
Yep.
for a higher straight. He's got 56% equity.
He's only in the main. Twice, right? Everybody twice.
So they got a three-way all in for a $4,000 pot, and they're going to run it twice. An 8 gives him the nuts, and a 6.
You guys first, put aside.
Oh, okay. Nobody had the flush draw.
You guys first, put aside.
Nobody had the boat. It looks like KPT and Florida Boy are going to chop it.
Seven, eight.
You got a straight on the
We have the
bottom.
same straight.
4,
We have the
5,
same straight. Yeah.
So you guys, it's a pure chop. You guys pulled this back.
Florida Boy is short stack, so
I didn't call either.
he's going to pull in $626, and KPT's
I know, and the deuce.
going to
came
get
on.
the side pot, it looks like. Brian's going to reload.
You had to have seven, eight, four, five, and you called. And he had both.
Every other call.
He had,
Vincent's going to chop up this pot.
but he couldn't call that 100 on the top. And even on the turn, even on the turn, it was still a,
6, Jack.
no way. Even on the turn, you were still drunk
7, 1,000.
for all.
If you
Thank
flop,
you.
you flop that hard, you top tag, you top.
Well, yeah. You have more potential to hit a hand than
Thank you.
runner.
So is Neil a poker player or just a family friend?
No, Neil's a poker player, and he recently, I guess, 2 or 3, maybe 4 years ago, moved to Pittsburgh. He had lived in the Dallas area for quite a while, and we had known him from playing up at Choctaw a lot.
Got it.
And he actually is from New Jersey, just like I am, and we actually had lived probably 5 miles apart. I never knew him in New Jersey, but Neil's a heck of a guy, great poker player, and I'd love to see him come back to the community and play sometime.
If he comes down for the holidays, invite him over.
Absolutely. I know he came down not too long ago, and I believe won a circuit ring up at Choctaw
Oh, so he's
last year.
serious poker player.
Oh yeah, Neil can play.
All right. Five-way to the flop for $10 a piece. That seems reasonable. 10 Jack. Gorilla just flops the nuts. Florida Boy has a 7 high flush draw. RV Phil has a king high flush draw. RV Phil bets $30 on his draw and gets called all the way around to Gorilla, who check raises to 150 with the nuts. RV Phil calls with his king high draw. We're going to lose Ladybug, and I think Florida Boy's got to fold, right? I mean, he's got a gut shot to a straight and a 7 high flush. He does let it go. We're heads up. Gorilla needs to dodge a spade or a jack. That's a good card for him. He's just going to put it all in, $425, it looks like.
Yep.
We'll have production do an actual count of it, and he's all in for $425. Now RV Phil has to decide if his king high flush is good if it hits, and if a jack comes out, he's got a better straight. This is a tough one. We can see 22% equity. He does let it go. Gorilla shows him I had the nuts.
I needed a 10. Damn, you had all the 10s.
Yep. And Neil says he wants to come down, but stupid job and kids are getting in the way. That's why I highly recommend retirement.
You know, put a bump on that. 15.
Nobody has spade.
Nope, I had gloves on.
Nobody has spade.
Push 15.
Florida Boy's asking if anybody folded spades. He's wondering if his 7 high flush draw would have been good. RV Phil does not tell him he was drawing dead. Nice little pot for Gorilla.
Flip after this.
You would have collected the last 4 hands.
Where's he at now? He's up 447, I think. if my stats are correct.
You would've cut the same
447.
the hard draw, and then you would've stayed in.
All right, Eric, I got to step away for a moment. I'll be
Right
right
on.
back.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute you.
Yeah, C3 is always.
Double board PLO bomb pot. $15 ante, $500 cap.
Chuck. 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 Chuck.
In the chat, what do you guys think about bomb pots? Do you like this? It's been referred to as a carnival game, where it's not real poker, quote unquote real poker. So we don't get to see anybody's equity because KPT has not shown his cards, so the computer cannot figure it out. Checks around on the turn. There's $570 in the pot. 9 Jack would be a good hand. Top 2 on the top and a straight on the bottom.
Show me.
Jack 3, flip those rivers.
King high hearts.
Flip those rivers.
King high hearts on the top.
Queen.
and
Checks
queens
around
on the bottom.
Set of sevens.
on the river.
Sevens on the bottom. Ace high flush on the top.
Aww.
And RV Phil and Florida Boy are both going to chop it up.
Yeah, have diamonds and hearts.
Yeah, Neil, I agree. The dealer change flips. Not a fan. It's, you know, if I wanted to just gamble, I'd go roll some dice or spin a ball or something. Poker's a skill game,
$100 flip.
and the less skill involved, the less I like it.
We need to take out, so I guess we could do 2, so take out $250.
All right.
Or once we know the exact price.
$50
Sure.
flip.
So then I'll take out 100 of this.
Oh, there he is.
How
How
much
much
did it
is
cost?
it?
So I'll take out 100 off of this one, and then we'll take 64 off another one.
Mediocre Poker says, I love bomb pots. There's substantial skill involved in playing bomb pots, though. I haven't learned the skill portion of that. Now, of course, the other thing is I'm not good at PLO. I'm learning PLO. And with that capped betting that we have at Peaks,
Oh, ace.
I just put in $100 on the flop and cross my fingers. Speaking of flips,
I need a 5.
we're going to do a flip right now.
I need a 5.
Aces and threes.
Roll it around.
Aces and threes.
And it looks like a full house for Florida Boy. He's got 2 full houses. He got 7s full of 3s and 3s full of 7s.
So what I need to donate? You get it all. I already took it out. No,
No, we're gonna do another one. They're gonna take it out of that one.
Yeah, next ball.
Alright guys, thank you for everything. New dealer guys.
All right, it's been an hour now. I think they're going to.
Thank you.
Yep. Dealer change. Okay. We got Jim Coyle back in the booth.
Hope I didn't miss much.
No, they did a double board bomb pot, and then they checked it down when it got scary, and then they did a flip, and Florida Boy won the flip with a full house,
All right.
and now we're gonna do a dealer change. This is David. He's got a couple of WSOP feature tables under his belt. This is the first time I've been able to see him deal, so let's go easy on him.
And you
got
put them right
8
on the live
coaching through
stream.
it.
Very good.
Yeah, that's he auditioned with Hayden, and Hayden said, I've got a spot for you.
Nice.
Look at them handling those chips after they eat
So-
barbecue.
That's one thing that drove me crazy about social is like
And you can see that placard there, capped bomb pot. This is a dealer change bomb pot, $15 ante with a $500 cap. Okay, now I can tell you right now, he messed that up. He brought the cards right over the reader for the top board, and Aiden's going to have to go in there and fix it. So this might just take a minute. Now, a little pull back the curtain a little bit. You see how Gorilla is putting his cards on the reader one at a time? It doesn't read them like that. It needs all four of them on the reader at the same time. So when he's like flashing them back and forth, it's not picking them up because you need all four on the reader at the same time.
Good.
Yeah, we got to wait just a second while Aiden fixes the mistake. And this is just growing pains of David. His first time, I don't expect it to be perfect. So he's going to read off the board to Aiden so Aiden can manually type it in.
So kind of scanned it.
Yep. And as soon as it happened, I knew that was going to be a problem.
That 25 recall.
And so all these people that folded, we're not even going to know what they folded because they'd already folded before we got to hit go. So it looks like we're going to be between Aaron, Ladybug, and Florida Boy.
Sorry, Joe. It's just gonna take a second.
Aaron flops quads on top. That's a pretty good flop.
1,
He's gonna have that one locked up.
6,
And Florida Boy's got top pair with the ace high flush draw on bottom.
75. Fold.
We're going to be heads up now.
Fold.
I think we're heads up now. No, we're not. Okay, he hasn't folded these other players out. RV Phil's out of the hand. Gorilla's out of the hand. I can't see KPT. Did they fold the ace high flush draw? Well, it didn't hit, so that's good.
Yes.
Aaron's going to go ahead and cap it, and Ladybug is going to pick up the bottom with two pair. Is she going to make the call? She's got nothing on top and two pair on bottom, which is good. But she can't be. She does not care. She put.
Call.
She says my two pair is good.
Yes.
Picks up $80. Nice hand. I think I get scared and fold. Like, is second two on half the board? Is that any good? And I just give up. So, good job betting Aaron to try to get her off it so you can pick up the whole pot. Good job calling Rosie to chop it up and take back all of your money and the extra $80. You did miss Mediocre Poker saying that there's a lot of skill in bomb pots. When I said that that I was not a fan.
I believe there is. I have not played enough to refine those skills, at least for me. And Rogelio asked, "What's the buy-in today?" I believe it was $1,000 and then match the stack, right?
Yeah, it's 300 minimum with a 500 maximum, and it's a match the stack game. It started out as 1,000 maximum. If you want to sit down right now, you can buy in for like 2K.
They rounded it up.
Um,
Round number. 164 is
let's take a look at these stack sizes real quick. Yeah, 2,700 if you want to sit down and match KPT's stack.
Raise 15. Raise 50. Fold. Fold.
Aaron 3-bets it with aces, and he's got hearts. Ladybug makes a call with ace 10, 9, 5. She's got diamonds covered. Comes out 477. That gives KPT. He goes from aces to trip sevens. 92% equity on this board. Ladybug checks it. He goes ahead and fires a pot size bet. Nope, 3/4 pot, $75. She calls. Ooh, that's might get her in trouble. She's got an ace high flush draw on a paired board.
Yep.
She's drawing dead now. It's so funny. KPT has ace 7 deuce, and his 7 deuce turns into a full house.
Exactly. Aces are useless.
Oh no. She
gets
hits the ace high flush on the river. He says, what do you have left? She's going to give it all to him. He's like, I got a boat. And the rich get richer. Yeah, this is such an interesting hand where he raises 3-bets with aces, and he doesn't even use his aces afterwards because his 7 deuce is a full house. So she can't put him on the 7 deuce when he's 3-betting pre. I really don't blame the call there. I think the call on the flop might have been speculative, but then she got runner diamonds, and that just got her into trouble.
Yep.
I know, I saw your main, but I didn't.
2000. Yeah, 2000.
Yeah, he had pocket aces with 7.
And Aaron's being banker today.
Straddle 10.
A lot of times in these hosted games, so that we don't waste any time running back up to the cage, they just have the chips right there. Ladybug, another flush. Deuce tray 9 queen. Makes a call.
Raise 40.
KPT makes it 40 to go. He's got diamonds covered with a little rundown. 3, 4, 6. You get a flop all under 7 high, and he's got a locked up with straights and 2 pairs. RV Phil comes along with a pair of jacks. Now it turns into a set of jacks.
75.
KPT with really no shot of winning this unless it comes running diamonds. Leads out for 75. Ladybug with a straight and top pair straight draw. Just going to check around. Straight on the board. Anybody with 2 Broadway cards has a straight. RV Phil and Ladybug both with the 9 to king straight.
Check.
Just going to check around. They're going to split up KPT's money. He goes from I flopped a set to runner. I have the bad part of the straight. And they're going to chop it up.
Yeah, you have a straight. Yeah, same straight. He's got the 9 and a jack.
Yeah.
I would flop to that king down. And all y'all would cover.
Straddle 10.
Imagine if you would have thrown the other one back. Yeah.
They're not chatting as much as I expected them to.
Yeah, I would have thought there'd be more.
We would have never known.
A little bit more fun chatter. So, what's your VPIP in PLO as opposed to Hold'em? Do you tighten it up more or do you loosen it up more?
Mine? I'm pretty tight in Hold'em. I'm probably just as tight in PLO. I'm looking at the VPIPs here. A lot of them are over 60. I don't believe I've ever hit 60.
After this hand, I'll pull up the VPIP so everybody can see.
Yeah, my primary goal is to avoid difficult situations.
Right.
So I don't want to have to make tough decisions.
You want me to call?
You forgot you had.
Allison in the chat says the new guy looks good. Do you know David from dealing in Vegas, Allison, or are you just commenting that he looks good? Because I think he looks great too. Aaron with 92% equity in this hand with the ace high flush. KPT has a he's got options to hit a boat with an 8 or a 4. Does not get it. He's got 3 pair now. And Aaron's going to win.
Check.
With his flush. $855 in the pot. Do you, in position, just take it down, or do you try a value bet on a paired board? No, he says, I've got the ace high flush, and everybody gives it away. All right, let's take a look at these VPIPs. VPIP voluntarily putting money in the pot. Ladybug, 68%. She doesn't like that fold button. Yeah, KPT, Florida Boy, RV Phil, Aaron, and Ladybug all over 60%. We got Gorilla down at 39, Zane at 32, and Brian, newcomer to the table, at 28%.
Brian, our customer.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be down around those last 3.
Let's check out the pre-flop raising.
And straddle for 10.
Aaron, 39%. Gorilla and Chris have not raised yet. Who's Chris? He must be the new guy. All right. So we've got a new guy named Chris.
10 to go, straddle. Fold. Raise 35.
KPT's going to make it 35 to go with Kings.
Call. Call. Four.
Oh yeah, Brian is the new guy.
Check. Check. Check.
I think Zane is the new guy also. He's new to the stream.
Well, welcome to all the new guys.
Call. Call.
RV Phil with a set of 10s. 5-6 is the only hand that beats him, and ace 5. Allison, are you back back on the island?
At 250. Fold. Call.
Ladybug bets $250, bluffing with her second pair, and RV Phil snaps it off with his top set. Another pot going towards RV Phil. I'm way over on the other side of the building, and I can smell that slow bones. It is so good. Now they're just teasing me.
Yeah, I haven't had that yet. Pretty much every time we're at Peaks, I have the pizza, and it's so darn good.
They have fabulous pizza here.
Dory actually went out and bought the same air fryer so that we get the same results here.
I think we have to buy a second air fryer because once that first pizza comes out, 5 more players order a pizza.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that walked in? 7-0. Before we got started, taller guy. Always plays the ball. Call.
All right, Chris sits down and straddles.
That's also the call? That's Eric. Eric's also the score here.
Ladybug makes it 70 to go. Gets called in 4 spots. We're 5-way to a flop. $360 in the pot.
Everybody's good.
Ace, tray, 8, 2 clubs. RV Phil's got clubs. Chris has an ace. There's a flush for RV Phil. 9 high flush. He's not super proud of it, but he's going to go ahead and bet. There's 360 out there. He's going to bet. Looks like $1.75. Yep. And gets no resistance.
What's your name? I don't think I played with you before.
Christopher.
Christopher. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And I don't think I played. I'm guessing Phil.
Phil,
Yeah. RV Phil texted about it. I was thinking 5 minutes. Name's probably Phil, not RV. You're like, no, I just go by
sorry,
Phil.
nine.
My real
Nine
name's
is
RV.
RV.
That'd be a little weird.
I'm Aaron. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
$10 strike.
That was, I couldn't comprehend what you were saying.
Cool.
Who got beat up so bad you thought he wasn't coming back?
Yeah, he came back cause of Arkham Field. He messed up our action.
What you done did?
Raise 60, 6-0.
Alex?
Zane makes it 60 to go with jacks. Jack 9 7 clubs. Brian with 5 5 6 6. The 6s are dead. The 5s are live. Well, we got 6 ways to a flop. 370 in the pot. Ace, queen, 4 with 2 clubs. Florida Boy has the ace high flush draw. Brian has a 6 high flush draw. Zane has a jack high flush draw. I mean, I think that's all the clubs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's a bunch of them.
That's a bunch of clubs. Everybody's chasing this draw. I don't know if it's going to come home. Florida Boy does have 3 pair. He's got the ace, the queen, the 4, the clubs. He's got all of this. He's like, I got everything.
I had an ace. No,
I think he likes every turn card. Pair the board, give me a club, do whatever you want. That was a great flop for
Yeah.
Florida Boy.
Did I get you?
no.
Did I get you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I was listening to him in my ear.
Do you play a lot of the mix games that they have running down here? The 6-12 limit mix?
Yeah, I like playing those games. They're fun, and it's just something new, something different.
I like learning those fun games.
Yeah, they're very fun.
You'll be out to
Cool. Option.
Variety of hands we're going to see here. Queen 10 tray gives Gorilla top 2. Chris has the same amount of equity with top pair and a wrap. He needs a jack, king, or ace to make a straight. There's an ace. No, I'm sorry. That doesn't give him a straight.
Gives Ladybug a
It
streak.
does give Ladybug a straight, though. Now Chris needs a jack. Gorilla's hand shrinks up with 2 pair now. Nobody has spades. Chris does let it go. Gorilla needs a 10 or a queen. He does let it go. Good fold. And Captain Underpairs in the chat says, I miss you, Allison. Allison was great. Great dealer. Close friend of Kim and Hayden. Came up to help us open for a month.
He's got close to one. So I thought he wanted to try.
Looks like eBay's going to straddle there for 10. What time is it, Allison? It's 2 o'clock in Texas time. If you are, I'm not even positive where she lives. I just know it's in a tropical island somewhere.
Cayman Islands.
Is it the Cayman Islands?
Yep.
Okay. So it's got to be like 4 o'clock there, maybe?
That's my guess.
All right, Gorilla straddles to 10. It folds around to Ladybug, who wants to keep up that 85% VPIP. She comes in with an 8-7 deuce deuce. Chris makes it 45 to go. It's called in 3 spots. $182 in the pot. I think they round up to the nearest 5 post flop, so I think it's like 185. That's just
flop to set.
yeah. Bottom set. Wow, she's gonna fire at it. Full pot size
Well,
bet.
the nut flush draw.
Oh. Florida boy with the nut flush draw and top pair. Chris is in there with a. I need a 4 for a straight. Is that what he's calling with? 1 pair and I need a 4. The spades comes in. Now Florida boy's got the nuts. Chris is drawing dead. He pots it. Well, he bets 400 into a $700 pot. Ladybug has bottom set. She cannot be happy. Chris is already mentally checked out of this hand. Okay. Ladybug, bottom set. No good. Good fold. Quick fold from Chris. Florida by takes it down. So Cancun also does not recognize daylight savings time. So half the time, or it's always
We're gonna take $50 out of this.
Central Time when I go there.
That's interesting.
I think they don't change their time, but we do. But every time I go there, it's always in the winter, so it's the same time. I think that's how that works. They used to do it. That just changed like 10 hours ago, or 10 years ago. Have you always been ignoring daylight savings time, Allison? Or you know what it is? You know what it is? I think Cancun does do daylight savings time now, and they used to not do it. I don't remember. Something about daylight savings time with Cancun, which is my go-to spot in the winter months. I haven't done it since I moved to Texas, though. It's the contrast from Minnesota to Cancun is much better than the contrast from Texas to Cancun.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, we don't need that vitamin C like I do when I'm in Minnesota. 9 months of winter. All right, they're going to scan their cards, and it looks like Brian's going to toss out a $100 bet on the flop.
100 bet.
Remember, these double board bomb pots that we have once per orbit are capped at $500 max loss. And Brian bets $100 with 1% chance of scooping it. He's got top 2 on the top board. And we do not see the bottom board yet. It has to be entered. KPT also has top 2 on the top board. We got to have Aiden fix his board for us. He's going to back up the action. You can see when the cameras are bouncing around, he's fixing the action. All right, we've got 3 players with a side pot. Looks like 110 on the side.
It's already 10, so there's no more betting. He's 465. That's the
Oh,
side
no,
pot.
2. You're right. 7.
They did cap the betting,
Side pot first on.
and we need Aiden to type in that board manually. And doesn't look like we're going to get it. We're just going to have to guess where those chips are going.
Yeah, you do.
Deuce 9, 8, 6, deuce on the bottom. Jack 5, ace, deuce, tray on the top. We got diamonds on bottom. We got clubs on top. Let's see if we can figure out where those chips are going before the computer tells us. I think RV Phil had clubs. And there we go. Now it's all typed in. So Chris... I don't know if that was typed in properly because it showed Chris with the sweep. But we know RV Phil had a flush and he's going to get the top board.
Right.
So, alrighty then. My guess is I'm going to check out these stack sizes and I think they're going to probably be off. That would be my guess. It's going to show Chris with $465. All right, that might be accurate. RV Phil with 2,010. That's pretty close to accurate. Maybe we're right. KPT with all the money over there. And now they're going to do a flip. So they're just going to go ahead and put their cards face up for fun. And since they're not paying attention, half of these guys are not even putting their cards down. So we're not going to read it at all. RV Phil, it shows, has a 7 high flush. The rest of these guys aren't showing what they have. And
There's higher space, guys. There's higher space out there. Oh, king high. Nope.
Aaron did not show his cards, but he has a better flush. And so Aiden is just going to have everybody else fold, and Aaron's going to win the pot without showing us what his cards are. It's pretty irrelevant in a flip. We just know he had a better flush than RV Phil had. halfway through our stream. KPT, double suited, ace, queen, jack, 5. Makes it 50 to go. Called in 5 places. We're 6 ways to a flop. King, 8, 7, 2 spades. Gives KPT the queen high flush draw. Ladybug with 2 pair. Bets pot, $310. KPT lets it go. Florida Boy has top pair. And he knows she could be doing this with a draw, with a set, with 2 pair. Everybody lets it go. Rose is going to pick up the pot, uncontested on the flop.
Blocking the flush. Just think that.
Zane with aces. Pots it to 15. That's cheap enough for Ladybug to come in with a 10-8-8-5. Chris speculates. KPT is going to bump it up with a double suited rundown 6, 7, 10 jack, spades and clubs. 3 bets it to 80. Going to fold around to Zane. Now, do you call or 4-bet with ace, ace, 5, 3, 1 suit? I'm not good enough to know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
He does 4-bet, makes it 165. KPT's feeling a little frisky. He's up over $2,000 right now, so he's going to make a call. And the equity is not that far apart. It's 46 to 54 pre-flop. Oh, ace, queen, 10. We've got a top set versus a gut shot. He needs a king. There's only 1 left in the deck. So it says 20%. We know it's closer to like 4. Wow. Zane bets 200 and gets called quickly by KPT. He needs running spades. That's not it. However, 10-7 does give him 2 pair. The king of diamonds will not help him now. That will give Zane a flush. KPT cannot win with a 10 or a 7 because Zane will have a bigger full house. And Zane's going to pick it up. Nice pot, Zane. Nice 4-bet pre. Nice continuation bet on the flop. Well played, sir. In the chat, what do you like to watch the most? Do you prefer tournaments or do you prefer cash games? And if you prefer cash games, do you prefer Hold'em? Do you prefer mixed games? Do you prefer PLO? A combination of each? Do you prefer the nosebleed stakes? Do you prefer the smaller stakes? Ooh, Zane, 3 kings in his hands. This will get him $25 from every player if he can win this hand.
Oh yeah, the prop bet.
He makes it 35 to go. Gets called in 3 spots. We've got 145 in the pot pre-flop. 10, 10, 9.
Nobody with a 10.
Nope. However, KPT has a wrap. That's it. That's
Gets him.
straight.
Yep.
It's not a good straight because Florida Boy's got a boat. And Zane cannot win this hand. RV Phil has the only out that would have given him a bigger boat. But KPT bets 115 with his straight. Florida Boy calls. RV Phil calls. Zane does fold his kings. And an ace. Doesn't change anything. Checks around to Florida Boy, who has jacks full. Bets and takes it down. Captain Underpair says he likes watching cash games, small stakes, no limit, and PLO round of each. Allison says she just likes watching players and dealers that she knows.
I know I prefer watching tournaments, but that's because I prefer playing tournaments.
So when you're watching tournaments, do you like watching just the final table when all the money's on the line, or do you like watching the feature table like day ones early on?
Yeah, I'm fine with the day ones. It doesn't have to be a final table.
Yeah, I love streaming early portions of the tournament.
Yep.
Just to see how people change when the rebuys are still open, re-entries are still available.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're deep, like when you get to a final table and you got 15 big blinds, you know, you're kind of handcuffed a little bit. But when you're starting a tournament, you have 100 big blinds, you
Right.
can 4-bet fold pre-flop, and it makes it interesting. King, king, 10 on the flop. Brian's got the best of it with 2 pair and an ace kicker. A queen will give him a straight. Aaron fires out and takes it. Joseph says he just wants to watch everything, and a good feature table is fun to watch on a stream. I do agree with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Florida Boy makes it 30. Double suited king, queen, 7, 4. Brian just calls this. Oh, no, Brian did 3-bet. I was going to be.
That's the 105.
Yeah. We had to wait for the action tracker to catch up.
Yep.
And it folds around to a Florida Boy. Makes a call. 225 in the pot. Heads up. 10, queen, king. gives Florida Boy top 2.
Top 2. Yep.
Brian needs an ace for a set or a 10 for 2 pair or a jack for a straight. Florida Boy bets 225 on the flop. Brian makes a call. 675 in the pot. 5 does not change anything. Florida Boy asks for a count. Now, how excited are you with top 2 pair on a wet board like this? Do you want to bet big to get out the draws, the flush draws, or do you want to go smaller with pot control? Florida Boy's going big. 450. And it works. He says, I think I have the best hand right now. Let's take it down. Nice hand, Florida Boy. Flopping top 2 and getting a nice little value bet on that flop. Let's check out these stack sizes. Let's check out the cumulative winnings. That's the number that matters. Florida Boy up $2,700. KPT gave him a little bit of his profit. Chris is up. Gorilla's up. Aaron and RV Phil down a little bit. Zane's down 400. Ladybug and Brian taking the worst of it.
Yeah, it's a nice comeback by Florida Boy, because I think he started out down after the first few hands.
Yeah, he had a slow start, but he got it back. And then some.
Funny is that logic doesn't work in Congress because everyone has 2. Like the 2 people more likely have a 2 in their hand to go further in their hand. Yeah, that logic theory and Hold'em kind of. So yeah, I think
Gorilla sporting that new Peaks. What is that? Is that a Letterman's jacket type thing? What would you call that? Collared jacket. It's a nice jacket.
Yeah, the merch we have there is pretty good.
Very, very good quality. RV Phil makes it 35 pre-flop, gets 5 callers. 4 callers, 5 waited to the flop. Zane flops middle set with 4s from the small blind, checks it around all the way to RV Phil on the button, who makes it 50 to go. And he pops in with a check raise to 200. Ladybug's got a 9 high flush draw. And she does not like to fold. Uh-oh. Chris is going to be in trouble. He rips in $635 with a straight draw and bottom pair. And it gets back to Zane, who 4-bets it to 1,700. Now Ladybug has to decide, is this worth my whole stack? $665 behind on a 9 high flush draw. She says no. Chris asks if they can run it once or twice. That's a straight. Did he get a straight both times? Oh, straight in a set, so they're going to chop it up. The overlay went too fast. I didn't see how that bottom board came out.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
But a set of 4s was good for half of the pot. queens for Florida boy.
Call.
KPT straddled to 10.
Call. Face.
Brian's going to bump it up to 60, it looks like. Holds over to Zane with hearts. Ace, queen, 9, 8. He's going to make the call.
Call. Six.
We are six-handed with $363 in the pot. Going to a flop. Ace, Jack, 7. Ladybug with a king high flush draw. Zane with a gut shot and top pair. King of Hearts. Now Ladybug has a pair with the king high
Florida
flush
boy with Broadway.
KPT's drawing dead. He lets it go. Ladybug needs us. Oh, she folded. Okay. I didn't expect that with a pair and a flush draw. She believes him. Rightly so.
I like that door card. Seven of spades. I was like, ooh, that's a nice one. Face. That's seven computer. She's good. Part of my wrap. Yeah, your expression.
Almost $4,000 in front of Chris in the 4-seat Florida boy. Aaron makes it 20 to go with all the Broadway cards. 10 Jack, King, Ace. The majority of the diamonds. Harvey filling his 5-5-6-8. Ladybug's got clubs and spades covered. Ooh. That gives top set to Chris, who checks it. KPT's going to bet with 2 pair and a straight draw. Aaron has a wrap. He needs to pair his ace, king, or jack for Broadway. Ladybug's got top pair, top kicker, and needs running black cards, clubs or spades for a flush.
550 all in.
Chris has one gear. He's all in again. Top set. He's like, I have the best hand right now. You guys want to draw for it? Come get some. Aaron rips it in. Needs to pair one of his cards. Ladybug has to call and fold again. It's got to be rough to have Chris on your direct left every time you try to see the next card. Oh, that's a straight. And chop it up. We got a boat on the bottom and a... Oh, wait, no. That didn't give him a straight, did it? 9, 10, jack. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Chop it up. Chop it up. I saw Chris with the check mark and thought he got the sweep, but Oh, you know what it was? It was a sweep.
You're like, fuck.
Thank you, Allison. I realized that as soon as you said it. It came running nines to give Chris a full house on both boards. Or full house. Yeah. Oh, wow. I missed that. That's why I play two card. It's easier to see stuff like that. Yeah, he got running nines. So Aaron immediately
Right.
he had the nuts, and then he loses to the full house, and it's a full double for Chris in the two seat. Welcome to the table, Chris.
Oh, finally. Everything.
Let's check out these numbers. Chris, $2,269 up.
Check, check. Check, check.
Another double board PLO bomb pot.
Check around.
Remember, there is a $500 cap on here. Let's get rid of that cumulative winnings. Zane has a full house on top, two pair on bottom. It looks like Brian has a straight on top, which does him no good. And Chris has 10% equity with his straight draw on bottom. Zane bets $100 and gets called by everybody with a draw. Brian and Zane are going to chop this up. Zane with a full house and Brian with a full house. Fours full of jacks and eights full of fives. RV Phil makes it 25 to go with queens. Queen, queen, jack, 8. Zane calls with a 2, 4, 5, 6. No suits. Ladybug 3 bets it to 75. Double suited ace, king, 8, deuce. Chris calls with jacks. Florida Boy calls. King, queen, 7, tray. Two clubs. Interesting. $400 in the pot pre-flop. Chris.
Look at all the high cards in everybody's hand. I did not think that was going to be the
No, Chris flops Broadway. Harvey Phil's got a set and a straight draw. Needs an ace to chop it. Ladybug's all in with top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. Needs a jack. Nope. Yeah, jack would give her Broadway also. Harvey Phil needs to pair the board or get an ace to chop it. Chris has the nuts. He's going to try to get Phil off of any draws. It also helps that Chris does have the ace of spades, so he could represent the nut flush, where he knows nobody's going to have the nut flush draw when they call. RV Phil just kind of shrugs. I think he makes a call. 3,100 in the pot. It's going to cost him 1,300 to see that river card. Pair the board is a nice pot. He does make the call. They're going to run it twice.
I had to see 2 cards.
I already had that much.
That's what I'm saying.
You mean earlier?
Yeah, after the turn, when you checked it, $300 left.
No spade.
RV Phil needs an ace, a 10, a deuce. That's not it. That's not it.
You two first.
Ace Jack for Broadway. It's going to sweep everything. Everything.
Yep, scoops it.
How are we doing, Chris? Let's take a look at this stat now.
Yeah, Chris.
I think he might have passed. He might have passed Florida Boy. No, not yet. He's up $2,100. Oh, he did. As
Yep.
soon as Aiden hit next, he's up $4,000. Florida Boy's up almost $3,000. Chris does pass him for our big winner of the day so far. Halfway through the stream, that's fun. Welcome to Peaks, Chris. Welcome to the live stream. Dealer change. We got Vincent coming back in. Give Chris just a minute to stack those chips.
paper.
Yep, that's toilet paper.
So we already had this discussion when you were away from the table, but what do you feel about double board bomb pots? Do you like them? Do you participate?
I participate. Uh, I'm not going to be playing many double board bomb pot tournaments or
Not your favorite?
yeah, not only double board table. No, I'm not going to do that. But as a change up once every dealer change or whatever,
Every half hour?
yeah, I'll do that.
Yep. It took me a while to learn you want equity on both boards.
For sure.
Like having a good hand on one board, it's not great.
No, it's not.
Especially if you like have Broadway or something.
Yeah.
Likely you're getting called by somebody who also has Broadway and they've got the other board, so you're getting quartered.
Yep.
385 or 365. How much left?
Aaron does have the king high flush, which is the nuts on top, and he does have Broadway on bottom. So he's got both of these locked up.
Oh yeah, I know you. Hey.
We're capped at the $500, and
Same. No.
No, he has nut flush. It's nut flush against nut flush.
oh, flush against flush. Don't go broken bomb pots. Don't go broken bomb pots. Don't go broken bomb pots. Allison in the chat giving advice.
That's a good motto, and I think that's why we have a cap on ours.
I do. That's I wish I would have known that. Where were you a year ago when I started playing bomb pots? That would have been very good information. Beautiful. Thank you. Amber. I do not need a plate. Thank you, Amber. Amber just brought me one of our delicious pizzas. We were talking about it, and I had to order one.
Nice.
This looks so good.
I'm not turning mine over to the end, all four of them.
Especially when I would play bomb pots, I would have like second nuts on one board and nothing on the bottom board, and just realize this is a really good way to lose $500.
Yeah.
Now they're going to do the flip, which is I don't mind flips. I like flips, just for fun.
Yeah, but they still have to scan it to see it.
What is it? A $25 flip or?
I believe it's a $25 flip.
Okay.
Actually, it's a $50 flip. There's 450 in the pot.
All right.
Oh, it's him. 9 times a full
That makes sense.
9/10 of a house. Can
I really like those high hand flips we did last weekend, where
Yep.
for the promotion we had $100 hourly flips, where one table got to pick one. That was fun. If you haven't seen them, go to our Facebook page and scroll back a couple of days and see the videos.
you started coming over here and pick the shit out of us.
And Zane does pick up that flip with a full house, 10s full of 9s. And we're back to playing poker. Chris has so many chips, he's having trouble finding that reader. Vince is helping him out.
Look at that stack in front of Florida Boy.
Or a forward coach.
Yeah,
How much? Just five?
he's been running good.
As long as the jack didn't come, or a 10. Oh, the 10 couldn't come because y'all both had it, right?
Check. Check.
This is the smallest pile of the day.
20. Call
Yes,
Sony. Call Sony.
okay.
Very close.
Yes, okay.
The run good continues. He's got the best flush draw. Ladybug turns equity with that 10 of hearts, though. She's got 2 pair, 7s and 4s with the king high heart draw. Florida Boy has a gut shot and a club draw. Gorilla's way behind. Ooh, the clubs come home. Jack high flush is going to win. Florida Boy is just going to check back on the river and take down a nice little $330 pot.
Man, what kind of habits are different from Texas Tech? That's what I thought. It was,
You wouldn't take?
looks like Texas Tech was trying
How
to
far
copy
is
like
Lubbock
a
from here?
Travis Matthew.
How far is Lubbock from here?
5.5 hours drive.
Go
10 miles short.
50% faster.
I'm short.
You can walk down there?
Not take.
Raised 35. I'm sure there's some other guys, but every time I go back and they visit family or school football games.
You're from Lubbock?
Chris raised to 35, and we don't see his cards. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think he's got that mountain of chips blocking his reader right now.
Oh, could be.
Ladybug's got a wrap. That's $180. He takes it down. Nice hand, Ladybug. Where did Florida Boy go? Did he just rack up that mountain of chips and leave?
Yeah, looks like his chips are gone.
Interesting. Yeah, see, Chris's cards are not being read again. Those chips are right on top of his reader. So he's going to have another mystery hand.
That makes sense.
Top set for Zane. KPT's got a gut shot needing a 10. Ladybug is open and needing an ace. or a 9. RV filled just with one pair. Gorilla had a nice start, but he's been slowly bleeding chips. He was up to, I think, 900 at one point. A couple of hands didn't go his way. He's down to 300 now. Brian 3-bets it to 155 on the button with a bunch of Broadway cards and some diamonds. Ladybug calls with a bunch of Broadway cards and some spades and some diamonds. Gorilla just, he says this is good enough. Ace, Jack, 10, 8, double suited. Let's pick a stand. Gets it all in for $350. Everybody's. Aaron rips it all in for $830. Gives them some protection. Brian goes all in. Now it's up to Ladybug. This is all pre-flop, guys.
And look at the difference in equities.
I was just going to say, look at their equity. 22, 23, 26, 27.
They're sharing all the same cards.
Yep, Gorilla's got the best of it by just a little bit.
That's probably the double suitedness.
Now, he only had like 350 going into it, so like 1,400 of this 31 is his. The other 1,700 is. Ladybug's got the biggest stack so far.
Wow. This is truly a four-way coin flip.
Alright, next way. Gorilla's in the main. Aaron's up to here. You two for this, okay? Everybody twice? Everybody twice?
Good thing we won't need a jack, huh?
They've agreed to run 2 full boards.
Good? Alright, everybody twice, okay? We're gonna do you two first for the side, okay?
Imagine that. No Broadway cards. There's a king.
Rosie and Brian first, okay? Rosie and Brian.
So Brian's going to win the first one with king 3. It looks like the same king 3 is going to win the second board.
This is on the bottom and then
Oh no, Ladybug with a 6.
see 3 king.
Yep.
Alright? Side shot.
So Ladybug's going to get half of it, and Brian's going to get the other half. Aaron and Gorilla are going to go to the felt.
Same thing, you guys chop, and then chop everything.
My little stick baby.
You had nothing happening on the top.
Nothing. Like, what the fuck?
She said she had spades.
Yeah, I had that space. Oh, he had the ace high diamond.
500 mines, he back. On that first run out, I was feeling a little hopeful because of what he
I think this new player's screen name is Easy. I think this is his first time at Peaks. It's definitely his first time on the stream.
Looks like he's sporting a new Peaks hat.
The 5-leaf clover.
I'll do these are the freshest. $5.94. Has to be brand new. Even first time anyway.
Gorilla's back in for 500.
Everywhere.
Aaron's back in also.
Let's check out these new stack sizes while he's pitching cards. Chris, 3,500. Zane, 3,200. RV Phil, 3,200.
They can't let bees use them glasses either then.
Usually you need 2 phones for cheap.
Yes or no?
35.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And you use it for cheating, right?
Yeah. Then we can't let bees use his smartphone.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
1235. 1235.
For a phone for your girlfriend, one phone for
1275.
side chick.
Is it just me, or has KPT been getting more than his share of aces pre-flop?
He's been getting some very strong hands,
Juicy pot brewing.
but he's also been playing very well.
C5 and C8. Seven players. Check. 300. Out. 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 Thank you, thank you.
I needed all them cards to be red and not paired.
There's 2 of them.
And there's a pair.
So this is Willie in the 4 seat.
Good one chasing, but everybody calls.
It looks like he's got a new Peaks hoodie on also.
Small baby. Calls. Some shot.
We already talked about how great that apparel is.
Some shot. Call. Call. Out. Some shot. Call. Call. Checks. 7 players.
A set of jacks for Brian.
70.
Chris has a wrap. Ace, king, or 10 to make Broadway. Or a 9 to make a straight.
70. Four players.
7 hearts gives RV Phil the nut flush.
350.
He's going to pot that for 350. Ladybug has a set of 7s now. She needs to pair the board for a full house, which will do no good because Brian has a bigger full house. She needs exactly a 7 for quads. Brian needs to pair the board. Didn't do it. Ace high flush is the nuts. He's going to check around to RV Phil. There's 1,400 in the pot. He just pots it. Set of 7s is going to fold. Set of jacks is going to fold. RV Phil takes up a nice pot.
Got there. Yeah, that's it. Most likely.
Aaron's blocking him diamond flush draw with ace, queen, jack, 5 of diamonds. Makes it 25 to go. Gets 6 callers. I know there's an ace on the flop. Ace, 8, 10.
Set of tens for Zane.
Aaron leads out for 180. Brian calls with a flush draw. Zane makes it 800 with middle set. Gorilla has a nut flush draw and a pair. That was a quick 500 for Gorilla. Gorilla's going to need a club.
So you're blocking the other one, not I'm blocking the ace and the ace.
And 5 of clubs is the only club left for him to hit.
Wow.
Aaron needs a king or a 9. Brian needs a king or a 9.
9 or a king is all I can get. That's not a club. Oh shit, I don't.
He's blocking the
I mean, the club doesn't matter. I thought I had more, but I guess.
Alright, next
it's
point.
I took the
Gorilla's
ace
in the
and
main.
the eight.
Aaron's up to here. You two for this spot, okay? We're gonna do you two first. Twice. Everybody twice. You two first, okay? For the side.
I don't even hate Gorilla putting in $500 with the. Well, there's a boat
I had ace eight.
with the king high flush. There's a boat.
There's
He
a
just
boat.
floats it twice.
Ten's full.
No waiting.
Fuck, I had ace eight. Look at that shit.
Boat.
I know.
Ace eight would've lost.
That's what I'm saying, but the eight I was holding fucking came twice.
Rosie said she had ace 8, and they said you would have lost.
Wow.
I was gonna say, Zane,
That was a
you should
great
have see a turn, but it didn't matter.
No.
2,500. Guys, 2,500.
2005.
500 for real.
Oh, damn. Let's do the bump up.
Bump out, guys. Bump out.
500.
Aaron, 500.
Looks like Gorilla went back to the mattress for 500 more.
2,000.
Yeah, you're the button. I'll
500
move
room.
back here.
And then we'll move in here for the next time.
Yeah, we're gonna move the button on Rosie, and then we're gonna do a bump on her, and then we'll move the button on. Brian,
Check out these cumulative winnings, see where we're at right now.
Good call, Rosie. I don't want to be stubborn with my ace eight.
500.
Chris, Zane, and KPT leading the leaderboard.
Stays for Rosie for now. For this one.
Brian, Ladybug, Aaron,
Okay, so I'm gonna need you over.
$15 double board bomb pot with a $500 cap. Having all the players read their cards.
So they should put everybody like this. What's the number? You know where to
No
see.
good? No. It's not working. Alright, ready? I need 15, okay?
And we possibly have a bad card. So whenever that bad card ends up in somebody's hand, it won't read their hand at all. So we'll switch out the deck on dealer change.
135. 135.
6 tray 10, 6, 9, 10. Gorilla's got pocket sixes. Chris flopped a straight on bottom. Zane flopped the same straight. Gorilla's all in for 500, caps it.
Oh, it's cap?
500.
Willie, is Willie going to come along here? I don't think that's a great plan for Willie. He's got a wrap on top. And he does come along. He's got nothing on bottom with a wrap on top. He needs a jack, queen, or king on top, or an 8 to get the bottom. And he's got nothing on top. Gorilla's got a set on both boards.
Wow.
So you can still get the other 10.
Chris and Zane both flopped the straight on the bottom board, so they're going to get quartered if Gorilla cannot pair the board.
Gorilla's also got a straight draw on top,
Gotta get my $15 back.
open ended.
Yeah, both have 7, 8 down there.
Alright, let me explain. He's in the main over here for 450.
So you wanna avoid
He's
the
up to
hard.
here for 480.
Deuce on top would be nice for Gorilla.
Okay, we're gonna do that first. That's your hand?
And pairing the board on both boards would just be beautiful for him.
You have the straight up there, right?
And if I got no five, still me.
3, 4, 5, 6.
No, he hit the straight on the bottom now.
Trips is good.
But it's a low straight.
Yep.
That's straight.
Yeah, doesn't look good.
So Gorilla's set of 5s on top.
Set of 6s.
Set of 6s, excuse me. Set of 6s. Wins 500.
Right?
And then Chris and Zane chop the other side. Chop the bottom.
That's the side. Next is with,
Oh, I got straight.
Yeah, Gorilla said, look, I have a straight too.
6 is on the top, right?
Yeah,
Set of
take
6s,
that.
so he's gonna take half and then quarter. And then
Quad,
remains,
quad.
remains,
Look, I got quads.
Remains the
half,
same.
quarter,
Yep,
everything.
yep.
I'm glad we got Vince doing this and not me. I'd have messed this up. I'd have messed that one up.
9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. Ooh,
Hey, it's a miracle.
you still gonna go get your break? Hi, Kim, how are you?
So that was a good $500 rebuy for Gorilla. He doubles up the first hand.
Nice.
He's not to even yet. But he's on his way to getting even.
It was hard to pair it. It was hard to pair it though, everybody had your out.
While he's dealing, I'm going to pull up the Poker Atlas and check out the live stream for tonight. Mac, Hogan, Nick, Sean, Will, Shriram, Zeal, Chris Larkin, and J-Rock. I wonder if that's the same J-Rock. I don't think it is. That would be great.
Sounds like another great lineup.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one tonight.
Yeah, Sean's game is always a fun one.
Yeah. Now, I see Sean on the list to play. He does such a great job doing commentary. I'm pretty sure this deck has a bad card in it, and whenever that player gets that bad card, we don't see their cards. But he's going to bump it with whatever he has. He's going to pot that to 415 more. Ladybug with Jack, Jack, 6, Deuce. She's got top set. She's just going to get it all in. I would guess Zane has clubs. Ooh, a boat. That gives her the nuts. unless he has pocket sixes.
Oh, she's got another 6. So.
Oh yeah. So he doesn't have pocket sixes.
I'm holding the fucking house and they both came. 3 of them motherfuckers came.
So he did have clubs, I would bet you, because the second board runs out with clubs, and he's getting half the pot. So that's my guess is he had clubs. He could have also had an 8-10 for a straight.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I had top 2. I thought she had
$58 hands in 2.5 hours. Aaron's just gonna. It's funny because he puts out a stack of 500, knowing he can only bet $62, $75.
You want ice tonight?
Gets called in 5 places. King 9-3. Now he pots it with top pair, King, Jack, 7-3, top 2. Gorilla's got the same 2. Oh no, Gorilla's got 3 pair. So Aaron's got top and bottom. Gorilla's got top, bottom, and middle. Gorilla's pretty much free rolling as long as the jack doesn't come out. There's one jack left in the deck, the jack of clubs.
King 9. King 9-3. Oh, I need
That's
to
not it.
dance. I need
That's
to
not it. Boat. Bigger boat.
King 9.
2 hands going Gorilla's way.
Scooper.
Well, that's a good comeback for Gorilla.
Really, really good. Nice hand, sir. Aaron's going back to the mattresses now.
Now he's getting close to even.
He might be up a couple $100 after that one.
Yep.
Gorilla's up $258.
There you go.
Chris up $4,000. It's so nice to be, down $2,000 and come back, and you can cash out up $200 and feel like you won the world.
Yeah.
You know, when you're down so low. And the flip side, you could be up $2,000 and then cash out with $1,000 and just be mad that you didn't cash $2,000.
Yep.
You know,
And that's one of the reasons I think that I prefer tournaments. I either end up with all the chips or none of the chips. I don't have to worry about, should I quit now? Should I not quit now?
What's my stop loss? When is it? You know, man, if I would have just stayed. Aaron 3 bets it to 105. I wonder if this is now. This is a match the stat game, so he could buy in for $4,000 if he wanted to.
Yep.
But he comes in for the minimum, 500 again. Interesting strategy. I know we've talked about it before. In Texas, Kim always wants to be the biggest stack at the table.
Yep.
So she will immediately top off. If somebody doubles up, she's adding on because she wants to be able to apply max pressure to you. And if she beats you, she wants all your chips.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that will do that. I remember several years ago when the first poker house opened up in Dallas.
Regal Row. Yep.
In Plano, actually. There were players who would try and get it all in on the very first hand just so that they can rebuy, either win it and double their stack, or be able to rebuy for twice the buy-in. They
Aaron
want to get a
does-
lot of chips on the table.
Aaron flops bottom of set. He's got an ace blocker and gets it all in.
Just from the Yankee product shirt behind me, so I'll try to resist it.
Gorilla has the king high flush draw. I don't see Gorilla folding for $400. He might 3-bet to get rid of Phil. What do you do here?
If anybody's out there viewing, hit the like and subscribe buttons.
Do you isolate if you're eBay right now? If you're Gorilla, do you isolate with the king draw, or do you just call and wait to see what happens on the turn?
Yeah,
Deuce of heart.
I'd probably just call. That may not be the best play, but that's probably what I do.
Oh, 6. That gives eBay the nuts.
He got there. Yep.
And now he bets it. Add another $400, $800, $500, $10, $1,200 to his stack. Now he's way up.
Yeah.
Now he's way up. Atta boy. 1,500. Just
Things
under
can
that.
change pretty quickly.
It's so fun. 1393. He went from down 1,500 to up 1,400 in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 hands.
Sometimes it be that way. Just over 1 hour left on stream. Willie's coming in for the first time. 3-betting to 100 with a 9-10 Jack King. Anybody paying attention? Let's check out his pre-flop raising. Willie is at 14%. What does surprise me is Gorilla's only got a 3% pre-flop raising.
Yep.
At an aggressive table like this, I guess you don't have to be the raiser because everybody's doing it for you.
That's true.
Zane flops 2 pair. Puts Willie all in. Willie he needs a queen for a straight. They're going to run it twice. That's a boat for Zane. And he does not get a queen. Does not get a heart. Zane picks it up. If I'm not mistaken, I think Zane is playing tonight also. In the 1-3 round of each. Or 1-3 dealer's choice button. Let's check out these cumulative winnings now. Zane's up over 3,000, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, $2,994. Chris is over 4,000. Gorilla's up 1,400. KPT, he took a little bit of a hit. This is what I was talking about being up stuck. He was up over $2,000 before. Now he's only up 1,200, and he probably feels like he's losing because he was up so high before.
Yeah, I just checked Poker Atlas for tonight, and I don't see Zane on the list. So
Okay, what? Okay, I saw somebody with a name that rhymes with Zane.
Sean or Zeal.
Zeal, that's what it was. Zeal. There we go. Zeal, Zane. There's not a whole lot of names that start with Z.
Not many Z's. Yeah.
That's where I got confused. Zulu. Aaron makes it 45 to go. 8-9 Queen King. gets 4 calls. We have $235 in the pot. Trey 9. Ladybug with her 3-9 flops a full house, has a check mark on the turn. Every dollar put into this pot is going to go to Ladybug. She's just going to smooth call $65 from Phil. Aaron's
Wow.
going to come along.
I don't remember the last time I saw a check mark on the turn.
It's tough to get there. All right, we have a $430 pot. What does RV Phil need? 6 of clubs was not it. He has to bluff at it. He was open-ended. He needed a... He checks. Ladybug bets 200, half a pot. Aaron has 1 pair, can't call. Phil missed his draw, can't call. Oh, frustrating. Small pot for a lot of potential. If that river card would have filled somebody up or helped him off, he could have got paid. But he'll take it. It's nice to flop a boat. So it looks like we lost Willie. Chris makes it 35 to go. Aaron calls. Brian calls. RV Phil calls. Ladybug 7, 8, 10 queen double suited clubs and hearts. In the straddle, she was getting a discount. Flops the best of it with 2 pair, top 2, 8s and 7s, and the flush draw. That's a worse flush draw. Aaron has her beat, and Brian has him beat. Odds are there will not be another heart. So we've got top 2 against a gut shot against a flush draw. Oh, and I was wrong. There's a heart.
Clockwork and a heart comes off.
Now Chris has a set, top set against a 2 pair and a straight draw against a queen high flush draw. Unfortunately for Ladybug.
Well, queen high flush.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ladybug.
Well, she's got the open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah, an 8 or a 7 will give her a worse full house. Chris will win with an 8, a 7, a deuce, a 9. A 4 doesn't do it. Aaron's got the check mark. Chris is going to take the side. Oh, Chris is going to fold. And Ladybug gets her money back for the side pot. And Aaron's going to pick up a healthy pot for that flush. Chris straddles to 10. Hand 62 coming up. Gorilla's got clubs and kings. Limps in for 10. Zane's got queens and jacks, 2 pair. Raises to 60. Ladybug calls with a jack, king, queen. Did it get back to Everybody calls 50, and Aaron pots it with a deuce 6, 7, 8, double suited. 380 to go. Zane makes a call with queens and jacks. And calling induces calling. Ladybug's going to call. KPT does fold. Gorilla. He's like, how much is this? Man,
Just don't say Merry Christmas.
I got the clubs.
Or if you raise, I'll give it to you. Merry Christmas.
Aaron says, don't say Merry Christmas.
All 380. 4 players.
Gorilla does come in. $1,600 pot. 4 ways. Pre-flop. Queens and jacks for Zanes. A bunch of Broadway spade cards for Ladybug. A pair of ooh, that's good for Ladybug. Aaron's got a worse flush draw, but he's got a straight. If he hits a 6, 7, or 8, he's got the straight. Zane can get away from it. Gorilla has the best hand with a pair of kings right now, but can he call when Ladybug calls? Oh, he did not like that. He wanted to go heads up with him. He did not want Ladybug to call.
Wow.
He's going to fold the best hand. And Ladybug is winning. She needs to dodge a deuce, an 8. That went really fast, and Ladybug has a king high flush on the top board.
King high wins? What the fuck?
And just king high wins on the bottom board.
Wow.
She runs it twice, and king high is going to be good on the bottom on the second board, and her flush is good on the. Wow. Yeah, you know eBay wanted to call him, but when Ladybug called behind, he couldn't do it. $15 double board palm pot, $500 cap. Yep, that's what Gorilla's saying right now. He didn't want to go against both of them. He would have. He wanted to go heads up with somebody. He didn't want to fight them both. Aaron back in for 500. Let's check out these stack sizes.
Your top went out on top, wasn't
Zane over $5,000. Chris at $3,500. RV Phil over $3,000. Ladybug over $3,000. Gorilla at $2,500 now. Oh, we're having fun.
Learn that from you. I remember this one pot.
Except for Aaron, he's not having much fun. He's zigging when he should be zagging right now.
Has $200.
Gorilla KK66 on the double board bomb pot. Ladybug with 10s. Hits an ace on the top board. Let's zoom in on this and see what we've got.
Yeah, you scoop. You scoop.
8, 9, 8 on the bottom. With clubs, spades on the top. What are we working with, guys? Gorilla has a king high flush draw on top. The action's going fast.
I pulled 5 chips out of my pocket. I was like, oh, fuck. I didn't know I had small ones in there.
Chris has the ace high flush draw on bottom. There's a king, it looks like. Nova Jack. We got a heart draw on both boards. Does anybody have 2 hearts? They do not. Nobody has a heart flush draw. Brian's got straight draws on both boards. Gorilla's got the spade draw on top. Chris has the club draw on bottom. Ladybug has just got a pair of aces on top and a pair of 10s on bottom. She's getting out kicked on the top by Chris. and Brian has a bigger pair on bottom. She does let it go. This is a $500 max loss game. So they're all going to put in $500 and flip them up. Oh, Gorilla folds. He would have got there on the top. He would have got there on the top.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro.
King high space with the
Pocket king.
$100.
It all would have went eBay's way. Gorilla would have had a full house on bottom and a king high flush on top.
You were just excited.
He does not call the $400 turn bet.
You should learn to
He
read.
said this is a king, go play.
Oh,
He went perfect on both boards.
I had the nut part draw, but I couldn't.
Would have picked up all of that dead money.
Two kings,
I didn't have a pocket
king
pair.
high flush.
I did, but it wasn't great. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry. 45.
Aaron pots it to 45.
yay. I'm just calling for business.
Everybody's calling.
I don't know if that's. Oh, I'll be nice to him. Though. It's like I want to take his kids' food, but.
Because you raised very lightly.
Oh shit.
5 players to a flop.
Second.
When the cameras bounce around like this, you know there was a action tracker mistake pre-flop and he had to back it all up. And now we're going to see the actual action. KPT did not scan his cards. Gorilla did not scan his cards. Aaron has not scanned his cards. So, Ladybug is going to win this pot because she's the only one who shows her cards.
What's the Topo Chico that makes it Texas?
Topo Chico makes it a little. Still checking. I'm almost there. I mean, it'd be cheap if it was.
KPT bets a pot and everybody folds. Mystery hand. You know that's what broadcast poker used to be like. Prior to 2003, you would just see all
Yeah.
yep pre-hole cards. You know, unwatchable.
Pretty much.
In the turn, it's like an ace of clubs and two pair, and then
Just have to speculate on what you think they might have until there goes to showdown and we get to see.
Kind of like when you're playing.
Yes, poker is super boring to watch if you can't see what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't get the people that have the girlfriend chair next to them. What
Yeah.
what does she want to do for 4 hours? Sit and watch you play poker? What's the point of that?
Who's that kid?
Yep.
You ever do that? I mean, like, no. Let's say you're at a final table or something.
That works.
All right, now let's have a fan base.
It
But
worked for him,
just
make
playing a
it work
cash
for me,
game?
huh?
That's boring.
Right.
Go read a book or something. Chris flops a set of sevens. KPT has a flush draw. Chris bets 60. KPT calls. Ladybug folds. KPT needs a club or an ace or a tray. Oh, there it is, a club and a tray. Does that give him a straight flush? No, it gives him a straight and a flush, but not a straight flush. So a set of sevens kind of shrinks up on that wet board. KPT does bet 200, it looks like, in the $600 pot. It's just a call me bet, 1/3 size pot. Chris lets it go, disciplined fold. But yeah, the 3 of clubs. He might get called if it's like a 3 of spades that does not bring the flush in, because the runner straight is harder to see. But the 3 of clubs brings in everything. Dealer change. We are on our last hour with David.
The only views we're gonna have is when we go watch it and our families if we want them to see it.
That's not true, Rosie.
We don't.
She says the only views we're going to have is when we go home and watch it.
I actually paid.
We've got a couple dozen people been with us all day.
And they did. So when my husband scrolls through the YouTube and see my picture and stop on it too. Hey, were you at work?
But she does have a point. Mixed games and PLO games are not watched as heavily as Hold'em games, just because it's not as easy to follow along and not as many people can track it.
Right.
So,
No, you can barely hear it.
which is why the WSOP doesn't stream their. They could have a $10,000 dealer's choice tournament, and it gets 0 airtime because it's too confusing for 90% of the people, and you have to cater to the base.
I check.
So we got Ace, King, 7 of hearts on the top board. Chris had 4 hearts in his hand.
Just got to feel good about that.
Yeah, you don't expect to flop a flush when you're holding 4 hearts.
Right.
I don't want to go shopping with you.
Ladybug doesn't want to chop it. She's got bottom 2 on one board,
There you go.
and she doesn't want. That's what we were talking about. She doesn't want to call to chop it because she's got nothing on one board and a little bit on a second board. So that's a good fold. That's the strategy we were talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
But we're flipping, so you can flip. You want to flip?
I don't think I can get a hand.
Yeah, because you can't buy them blind for the street.
But it's a flip.
But it won't read my card because it's well, they haven't put a player.
Oh, look, the black dot grew. Yay. Yeah, mine even has the one.
That's the same one that you can't read.
Well, it's been reading. I guess they got spot on. I aim for the ones.
2 and 5, spread your cards.
New player in the 4 seat.
Damn, I have no clubs. Oh, hell, there's no clubs there. I got. You got a boat? Who has a boat?
Ooh, I have a 9.
I got clubs.
Ooh, I have a 9.
Gloves any good?
Ooh, this card, so it all comes down to
Oh,
I got
holy
a
shit,
clubs,
you better
clubs,
scoop
clubs,
it.
clubs. Oh, he got
Oh,
the
you
Hey
got
guys,
clubs.
it's the moment.
Nice
It's the
over
moment.
there.
It's the moment.
Oh no.
Yeah, there was a pair for
RV Phil with the ace high flush. Gonna win the flip.
pocket queens.
Who do we have in the 4 seat?
Yeah. Dave, you mind if Kim takes a break? 2-4.
I see $1,000 sitting there.
Aiden. Kim's coming in for the top.
Did I hear Kim? Is that Texas Kim? How you
That is
doing?
Texas Kim.
Texas Kim coming in to fill the 4 seat for 1,000. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
What they all right? Production doesn't know Texas Kim is 2 words, so they have it misspelled, and so her picture will not show up until they fix it.
It's 4 hours, so
One more hour. Raise 15.
you guys start at like, right?
Yeah, 15.
They fixed it. Good job, Aiden. He noticed the picture didn't come up, so he went back and fixed it.
Hey, can you plug me in, please?
Excellent work, buddy.
Yep, Evo and Aiden do great.
Aaron makes it 15 to go. Gets called by everyone except for Texas Kim in the big blind.
Goes that kid.
KPT 3 bets it to 100. Hayden Fortini. Texas Kim's a baby daddy. We put that as his name on one of the streams last year.
I can jack it.
I can't beat that. Diamonds are really
I had to.
Aaron and KPT get all in pre-flop for a $800 flop.
King of clubs, maybe?
Aaron flops a flush draw and gets there.
That was that bullshit.
Oh, he gets there, but it's with the king of clubs to give KPT a vote. He flops another flush draw.
Wow.
There's a lot of clubs on these boards, boys. Looks like they're going to chop it up. 3 10s for Aaron and a full boat for
Boy, that was a
KPT.
I just go queen jack up with me.
Straddles, yeah. Beam me up. No straddle. $10
You're getting
straddle.
used
I never slept well, so pretty used to it, but
I think he has the tiniest, pretty little face.
time to go.
Rolling no drinking?
Raise
No.
20, 2-0.
I'll be busy Saturday, so I gotta do my thing.
Call.
What's that? What time is Saturday?
We have our family Halloween party.
Oh, cool.
So our theme this year is everybody's gonna.
Ladybug, 10 Jack 3
Like
of spades.
Whatever, however you wanna do it,
She
you just gotta look.
has a pair of 3s.
I'll be under mine.
We're playing 2-5 or
2-3.
2-3. So I'm taking the. But you do my best.
so
So
I
I'll
just
make
stole my
Aaron, one more
Gotta be
shot.
ready.
You stole my king for a while.
Can I 6?
Well, he gave it to you, but you accepted it. But it's mine.
Oh, my.
You raised
You
the small one.
accepted it.
And I'm
Chris
gonna
flops a
take it
pair
in
and an
the-
open-ended straight draw with his 6, 7, 8.
Check.
Texas Kim has top pair
I was thinking it was
and bottom pair.
Where's the small blind? Oh, you won the pot anyway.
120.
Nobody has hearts. RV Phil does have backdoor club draw. Chris bets 120. Texas Kim calls with 50% equity. They're heads up. There's a club. Gives Chris a straight. The jack does not change anything except for the hearts come in. I think, do you check behind when the third heart comes? He does. She says you win, 2 pair. Oh, it wasn't heads up. RV Phil was in that pot. I was surprised he folded, and he didn't fold.
He sat on the parking lot for an hour. He was here the whole time. Oh, really? Yes.
Was he watching this on the screen?
No, he's always conducting.
And we go.
I'm like, damn, he was being
He
prepared
was,
to come
he
in.
was like, excited that the CEO was after he comes over and he's like on his phone and he's like, the phone on
1,
the
2,
table. He's like,
6,
damn it.
7. Card
He was gonna
spread out.
conduct this with his butt.
You.
$10 straddle. RV Phil calls. Ladybug calls. Chris is going to bump it up with jacks and sixes, double suited, hearts and clubs. Gets over to Aaron, who pots it. It's his new favorite word. Ace, king, queen, 3 with 2 spades. Gorilla has 4s and 5s, hearts and diamonds.
Yes.
Uh-oh. We got 4 players calling $270 for an $1,100 pot.
I feel like Thursdays are my days.
Looks like KPT is racking up. Deuce king 9 with 2 spades on the flop. Aaron's got top pair.
And the nut flush draw.
That's enough for him to put it all in. Ladybug calls with middle pair. Chris folds jacks and sixes. Gorilla's going to fold 4s and 5s. It's $200 into a $1,500 pot. Aaron's way ahead. Ladybug needs a 9. Doesn't get it. And doesn't get it.
Every single card
Every
except
time,
for 2.
everything except for anything I
Sweep for Aaron, both boards. Triple up.
No, I had 2 4s and 2 5s. Those two.
Small blind. Rattle.
Still didn't work.
You can't see your hair?
Yeah, I can see it at least on the show.
You need to borrow a piece of that?
Brian's got aces, double suited aces, ace, ace, 10, 6. He's going to pot it. 70 to go. Nobody showed any interest in this pre-flop. I don't think he's going to get a lot of action from anybody, except for I'm wrong, because Ladybug's right there. And now Chris is coming in. And with Ladybug and Chris coming in, Aaron's going to call. And all of a sudden, we went from a $10 pot to a $300 pot.
Oh, not for real life.
Gorilla with the mystery hand. 6, 7, 10. Badoogie on the flop.
Okay, we need it. I mean, I need it.
Chris stabs at it with a pair of fives and 2 overcards. Just aggression. Brian has 2 pair and aces. Ace, ace, 10-6 on a 10-7-6 flop. Is he gonna? He gives it away, and Chris is just straight up aggression. Wins him the $300. Ooh, Ladybug's got 3 sevens in her hand. Remember what that means? Chris has 3 deuces in his
Oh
hand.
boy.
I don't know if Chris knows about the prop bet because he showed up late,
Oh, that's true.
but he does have clubs.
Well, he did call.
Yeah.
He got a suited ace, but
Yeah, he might get an extra couple $100 from that prop bet without knowing it. 305 in the pot. Oh,
that's a good
quads.
one for him.
See, some people think that's quads. We know it's not. He does lead out with a nice healthy bet, 150 to go. Texas Kim has top pair, middle pair. She's going, do I just fold? What if this guy has a flush draw? She rips it all in with top 2.
Oh boy.
She just needs a 9 or a 5, that's all. Aaron, I don't love that with a gut shot. Oh, yeah, and a flush draw. I forgot the flush draw. Yeah, I do love that. Never mind. Let's go, Aaron. Gets back to Zane. Zane folds and Ladybug folds. They just haven't clicked it yet because they're counting Aaron's chips.
1385.
Now Zane folds and Ladybug folds, and Chris has to decide whether he wants to call with bottom set. She is Texas Kim is ahead now. It's 57-43. That's a boat, and Chris would have lost.
Tell me you got a full house.
6, 9, 9, 5, 9, 5, and 9.
Oh,
2 pair on the second board and a full house on the first
Yep.
board.
Kim scoops it. Oh no, they chop.
No, I think she scoops it. What did he have?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have anything on the second board either.
No, he didn't.
Nope. Yeah, she gets it. Double, double. And Chris folded flopping a set, and correctly, because Texas Kim would have rivered a bigger full house.
yeah, no problem. What are you gonna spend my money on?
Aaron says, what are you going to spend my money on?
The electric bill.
A nice
The electric bill.
Yeah, they'll eat something.
I'll pay my pest control invoice in a week.
Oh.
Is that chocolate?
I had 0 pairs. I had a gut shot and then flush shot.
4, 5, 6 ace with clubs for Ladybug. She's going to call. 10, 10 jack queen for Chris.
9, 5.
Raises it to 30.
9, 10, queen is 30. 3, 0.
Deuce 4, 9 jack is an easy fold. Aaron's got spades.
Any combination of our 2 cards is good.
Brian calls with kings.
I 125.
RV Phil folds. Back to Ladybug, getting the discount.
Oh, I missed one. Yes, you're right. 160, yeah.
Oh, Brian raised. And we got to back it up and have Brian make it 160. Oh, Ladybug still calls. Chris calls. Gorilla calls. Aaron says, let's go. $715. And then Brian rips it in. With double suited kings. Does Ladybug still like this hand? A lot of dead money out there now. That is a fold, and a fold.
What kind of tangle? Well, who knows where it is?
Run it twice.
585.
I had not,
Right?
Right,
Yeah.
I had 4, 5, 6, not
Nope.
I had 5, 6.
I had 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
I got the same three.
I had 4, 5, 6.
You had ace 885.
4,
No,
5,
ace
6.
885.
No, 94. I did see that.
Not sure what's happening with the overlay.
I had an
I had
amazing.
4,
But I think 2 kings is going to win this hand.
You had 8858.
me and him would jump.
Everyone pushes in that situation.
I almost called with 4, 5, 6, 8. But I was like,
I do not know what happened, but it looks like Aaron is stacking chips on that hand.
Yeah. I don't remember the hands.
I don't either. Aaron had King Jack. He had spades anyways. 5-6 King Jack. I think 5-6 is a flop to straight,
I lost 800 the hand before.
but I'm not positive.
This is going to drugs, but if you guys give me a lot more money, I'll feed my kids. Feed kids first. I don't know if you understand how bad my fentanyl habit is. 1833.
Since that hand got messed up through production, they're gonna recount some chips and get us an updated chip stack.
All right.
And we are on our dealer choice bomb pot. He needs to come to
He
class on
needs to
Monday.
come to class on Monday. Hello, Poker Monkey. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that round of each Sunday should be fun.
That'll be a fun game. I'll jump in on that one if we need players and we can find a commentator.
Just yours. Everyone's good. Spread out.
Aaron's got 3 queens in his hand. You know what that means? $25 bounty if he wins this hand.
Yes.
Oh, no. Doesn't count for double board bomb pots. Never mind.
Okay.
Disregard.
I was wondering.
Nope. I forgot. That's what we were playing.
Well, you just set up top. Looks like Hayden is encouraging you to play the ROE on Sunday, Eric.
Straddle tip. We'll have to see how they come with the, oh, Aaron called. Why do you call $10 of that bullshit? Or $30 of that bullshit? He's up against the worst man you can see. Yeah, it would be sweet. Well, how sick is that?
Yes, my chips are always in play. I call light. Don't try bluffing. Gorilla's got 2 queens. Zane's got 2 kings. Phil's got a king and a queen. Texas Kim with all of the diamonds. Chris with a bunch of diamonds. It's crazy how the equities are split. Texas came with 27% with
Yeah, and I
ace.
have to guess that's because she has the only ace that I've seen dealt. So there's 3 aces live.
And there's not a lot of diamonds out there. Oh, never mind. Chris has 3 diamonds. Ooh, it's getting aggressive, though. RV Phil 3 bets it to 245 with a questionable hand. Zane calls with kings. Chris lets it go. Texas Kim lets it go. Gorilla calls with queens. And Brian lets it go. We're going to be 3-handed to a flop. Kings against queens.
And there's no more queens in the deck.
There's a king, though. All hearts.
Nobody's got hearts.
Zane with a 92% chance of winning this hand as it sits with all those kings. Oh, Gorilla's going to bet 175. He's got the queens, the jacks, the eights. He's drawing dead. He cannot win this hand. Nine of hearts.
They look very similar.
Do you check behind with 3 pair? He's going to bluff at it.
He's
There's
repping the
12
flush.
1,200 in the pot. How much does he bet? Makes it a oh, yeah! Oh! Sorry, Zane. I didn't mean to cheer against you. Wow!
You were just cheering for the play.
I was
Has
cheering
nothing
for
to do
the
with
play. I'm like, what do you do? Do you bluff at this? Wow!
Well, he bet the turn like he had the flush, and he
Yep.
followed through on the river.
Yep. He checks the flop to let Phil continuation bet. Phil doesn't, so he bets the turn and then fires the river. Well played, Gorilla. Very tough to call that, even with top set. Wow, good play.
I grew up in St. Louis, but I've only been in DFW for
A lot of people don't have heart to fire 3 bullets.
Well, I haven't seen too many players at this table today that don't have that heart.
Yeah, no. I mean, it.
No, there's no way. No way.
45.
What part?
Chris is double suited with a 3-4-5 king, hearts and diamonds. Calls 45. Gorilla's got hearts and spades, 6, 7, 9, queen. Aaron's going to come along with a mystery hand. RV Phil started that with diamonds and clubs. Everybody's double suited in this hand. Oh, that's a whole bunch of tens for RV Phil. That's a whole bunch of tens.
That's all of them.
That's all the tens. He's hoping. Oh, Gorilla and Chris both have flush draws. Oh, lucky for them, they missed everything.
No flush gets there.
No.
190.
And Phil says, I better put some money in this pot. I checked it twice and nobody came along with it. Chris might just pay him off with a king, but probably not. He's going to let it go. Aaron's thinking about it with a mystery hand. Phil gives him the side eye. Oh, he's going to pay him off.
I was like, either you have tens or nothing. I literally only had jacks.
Wow. I pulled pocket threes and I was feeling like, could have missed a call.
Yeah, Texas Kim's a genius for folding pocket threes right there.
I'm a genius.
Aaron was so suspicious. He's like, you've got tens or nothing.
I don't know.
Good read.
Spare tire?
And I hate when I do that. I know you have this or that.
Well, Ace Jack beats me. Oh, yes, you have Ace Jack. There.
And then I make the call. Yep.
Yeah.
Same neck of the woods.
You make the read, you just have to follow through on that read
Yep.
and make the tough laydowns.
There's not a whole lot of action in Wichita, Kansas, actually. There's really not. It's very unfortunate. We're seeing a couple teams that pop up. I was thinking about starting my own, but the reality is we just kind of see what we're doing.
Half hour left on stream. Texas Kim wakes up with aces. Ace, ace, queen, 10.
No suits.
Three bets it to 230. Folds run to RV Phil, who snap calls with deuce, deuce, tray, 6. Zane comes along with 7, 8, 9, 10. Spades. Chris, 2, 3, 5, 5. He's like, well, there's 760 in the pot. It's going to cost me 180. Let's do it. All right. Got almost $1,000 pot pre-flop, $940 in the skillet, going to the flop. Oh, that's a great flop for Texas Kim. Top set, blocking the queen.
Yep.
Straight draw if a jack comes. But Phil's got all of the diamonds.
940.
Is she going to pot this? She is. 940. RV Phil, 6 high flush draw. How excited are you to have a 6 high flush draw? Not excited enough.
No, I'm not.
7, 8, 9, 10 is folding. Top set's just going to win the money. He said the board was too wet for me to slow play this hand. My hand was too strong. The board was too wet. Had to get it in while I could get it in. So 1, 3 a dealer's choice button tonight. 1, 2 round of each Sunday afternoon. 2, 5 Sunday evening, and coffee and coaching Monday 11 a.m. Now is that strictly PLO coaching?
I think Monday is. I think Tuesday is no limit hold'em.
Okay. Whoops. I hit the wrong button. Brian makes it $10 with King King. Chris 4 bets to 110 with Queen Queen. Gorilla calls with Ace Ace. Chris has Queen Queen 8-8. RV Phil 5 bets it with 7, 8, 10 Jack double suited. Oh, this is entertaining.
This is going to be a huge pot.
We've got a real hand all of a sudden.
Wow.
Chris doesn't know what to do. I've got 8s and queens into a 5 bet pot. I think you might find an argument for folding right now. I mean, your queens shrink up.
Yeah. And all the 8s are gone.
Oh, he just wants to throw up right now. Gorilla's super excited. He's got aces. 1, 2.
He's usually pretty passive pre-flop. I don't know that he's going to 6-bet it.
This is so tough. I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's going to do. He's like, what's going on here? I've got aces. What are you guys doing?
Just call.
He makes a call.
This might be the biggest pot of the day by the time it's over.
Yeah, it's going to be over $2,000 pre-flop. I don't know. Do you repot with aces? No?
I think I do there.
I think I do because I don't
I
want
don't want 4 players.
I don't want 4 people to see this flop. 10, 6, 5. Gorilla's got 2 pair now, 10s and 6s. Yeah, he says, now let's get it in. I've got 10s and 6s and aces. Phil flops a straight, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 jack. He needs a 9.
Wow.
A 9 or a
4.
How does he have 43% equity? He needs a 9 or a 4. Okay, got it. That still doesn't seem like 43% equity. Maybe when Chris folds, Gorilla's going to get his 14%. He's going to go to 56%.
Yeah, good.
You gotta sit in a bad shape. You gotta sit in a bad shape. 2 times.
No, it's still RV Phil. Jack?
He'll pick up extra. I'm confused.
Deuce. Oh, boat.
That's a boat for Gorilla.
You got boat.
9's a straight for
See, that's why I'm trying to take the
Phil.
one hand
They chop it up.
Instead of calling it 500, 'cause
All right, well, he makes 500 on that anyway.
Yeah.
Running it twice. RV Phil.
I don't do like that no more, man.
RV Phil. I don't know. I'm going to have to run the math on that because RV Phil was ahead.
You scared the shit out of me.
Yeah,
with an open-ender.
I can't figure out how he was ahead.
Oh, a jack. A jack also gives him a bigger 2 pair. So he's got the straight outs and then the other 3 jacks for the
Okay.
bigger 2 pair. Maybe. I don't. Yeah. I don't know how that works. I'll have to look at it. All right. Looks like we're going to lose Chris in the last 10 minutes of the stream. Yeah, Gorilla said, yeah, the set, I'm in bad shape. He was like, no, I don't have a set. I'm open-ended with 1 pair and an overcard. Hits his gut shot on the second board to chop up that pot. That would have been a massive pot. Massive pot. That would have been, I think that was a $6,000 pot.
Yeah, it's close to that.
I just ran it back, $6,973.
There you go. Almost 7.
Wow.
25. Call. Call. Call.
And if he holds one time, from down 1,500 to up 7,000.
Yeah.
We don't see the equities, but I think Texas Kim is doing well with 2 pair and a flush draw and a straight draw. I think she's going to be around 70%. There it is. 68% equity on that. And they all fold.
It was very similar. You like that man, don't you? I do like it. I do like it.
So did you guys get these $1 chips made recently?
Yeah. We had them
I guess those are.
when we, why? Are they like looking new?
Oh, it's a different logo. Like that.
You notice?
It's just the 100s and 500s. And the others.
Yeah, so.
Aaron commenting on the new Peaks logo chips.
100, $1, $5. Did you do any other denominations?
Yes.
They are nice.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
RV Phil would have had 4s and 6s had he been at the table. Zane's got a hand he can fold. Ladybug's got a hand she's going to raise with, make it 15. No, she just calls. Texas Kim, 5, 6, 7, 8, double suited. Makes it 20 to go. Gorilla calls with a pair of 9s. I'm surprised Aaron didn't go all in with his ace, king, queen, 10. He does 3-bet to 90, though. Ladybug calls. Texas Kim calls. Gorilla's thinking about it. $70 a call. $300 in the pot. He makes a call. 4 ways to a flop. That's Aaron for sure. I think he's got top 2. Aaron and Ladybug both have top 2. Let's zoom in on this flop. Ace, king, 8. 2 pair for Ladybug. 2 pair for Aaron. Likely be a chop. He bets 150. She makes it 300. A couple of quick folds. $800 in the pot. She only has 1,600, 1,700 behind. He makes the all in and a call. Top 2 versus top 2.
Twice. Do you have 8s? Do you have 8s? Twice.
She's got backdoor diamond draws. And he's got a straight on both boards.
Aaron's got it on top. Aaron's got the straight on top.
I think it's. Wasn't it both boards or no?
No, I think he gets the top and then they chop the bottom. I think.
So. No, there's a. Oh, because he doesn't have the queen on the bottom. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So she gets quartered.
Yep.
He gets all of the top and half of the bottom.
I knew I had other stuff. I was paying attention to it. I was like,
You got the other stuff twice and you didn't even notice.
Jack on both.
Do you need a backup plan with 2 pair? I'm just like, alright.
Straddle for 10.
I have tough to pair.
Roughly 15, 20 minutes left to go on stream.
And you had a hand and maybe a decent draw. It's like, nah, I'll just stick with my
And they go straddle.
And then he said, "Oh, when he had kids."
Yeah, he thought he did that be him. Like, what happened there?
I don't know what I say.
What happened?
Oh,
Whatever.
so that's a 10.
45?
Yeah, 45.
Texas Kim makes it 45 to go with a deuce, 8, 9, 10. I don't know if that's Hayden approved.
I guess ask that question in class on Monday.
I'll ask it Monday. I'll take notes. RV Phil double suited 7, 8, 10 king.
That means you want shitty cards, please, on the
Ladybug comes along. Ooh, look at all those clubs. RV Phil with the nut flush draw. 48% equity. Nobody has an ace.
Gotta check.
Ladybug's gonna fire $125 into this pot with a jack high flush draw, not knowing RV Phil has her dominated with a pair and a better flush draw. She needs exactly a jack to win this hand. Gorilla lets it go. He repots it, and that makes Ladybug sit up in her chair. Uh-oh. She needs a jack or a 3. She does not want to see a club. A club will cost her the remaining $260. The king doesn't do anything for her. It gives RV Phil 2 pair with kings and 10s.
How old? So what's the difference? This one's like 3 years old? This one's like 2
He
years old?
does put her all in. She can't call with just a pair of 3s.
They're should hold up pretty well. They don't look that good.
No, I mean, sorry, I mean, but in fairness,
She's trying to figure out what she can do, and she can't do anything. She's like, how did I miss everything? He does not show her that she was totally dominated on that flush draw. Down to the last few hands at Peaks Dallas Social Club.
I was open in it, but
We will be back at 7 p.m. for a 1-3 Dealer's Choice Button live stream. Sign up on Poker Atlas. I think the table is full, but we do take alternates. Last Tuesday, 2 days ago, we had a couple of people leave the stream and filled their seats with alternates who were in the building. I used to have people tell me, "Hey, well, call me if anyone leaves." Well, I don't know for 15 minutes. If in 15 minutes I call you, it's too late for you to get here. So just be in the building, guys. Make it easy on yourself. Double board bomb pot, $15 ante, $300 cap. Checks around on the flop. Got a bunch of diamonds out there. We've not seen any overlays yet. I feel like Aiden's trying to catch up to the action. On the turn, RV Phil bets $75 and Rosie calls.
Come on.
Gorilla's in there. Texas Kim and Aaron are both out. I heard somebody announce 480. That must be the pot size bet now. And it was RV Phil with his nut flush diamonds and ace. He's got a pretty good lock on this both boards. I expect Gorilla or Ladybug probably has a 6 in her hand somewhere. Brian has a set of jacks. Brian made it 480 and RV Phil called with his nut flush draw on both boards. Ladybug or Gorilla possibly has clubs. If we don't have a diamond on the bottom board, it's going to be a chop likely. And chop it up. Brian's got a set of jacks. RV Phil has the ace. Hand 83, we've got a straddle. Two, 5, 10, 30. Now this is a blind raise, it's not a straddle. Kim does a blind raise to 30. Gorilla lets it go. Aaron's got a little higher VPIP. He makes it 100 to go. Brian folds. RV fills in for 100. Zane is out.
Feed the children, damn it.
Rosie said I need to feed the children, and she gets it all in for it looks like $145. Texas Kim said I was just kidding with that $30 straddle. Aaron's in for his 130.
You never know what the flop's gonna be. I know. Sometimes 8 deuce fucking.
Yep.
Yeah, they're calling me Barbie. Yeah, I have a
Six, 4, 8, 2 diamonds. Aiden's trying to catch up on the action. Aaron put in 200. He's got to go all the way back and catch up. But Aaron and Phil are getting it all in on the turn.
I have the nuts and the flush. God damn it, Rose on once, twice.
Aaron says I have the nuts with a flush draw. They're going to run the river twice. So Aaron flopped a straight on bottom. That doesn't change anything. I don't think a 9-10 would be a bigger straight now.
Look at
We'll let them figure it out since we can't see it anyway.
Little shit ball head, man. You gotta take football.
I got 24. That should be good.
And the baby cigar. I don't want to go ahead and turn, though. Jesus.
You were like, pay the board, pay the board. Nobody was blocking you.
So that is way off. He instead of 480, they have her down for 4,800.
All them diamonds out. You
Uh,
got to ride his car.
So that hand was a mess. Ignore it.
That's why I barely made it. I already made it with the fucking seven. Damn. Yeah, the 3 was like, oh. Aaron's like, the 3 was beautiful. What are y'all talking about?
She does not have $4,800 in front of her. That is a typo.
Yeah, take my battles.
Did Aaron just pot this, or did RV Phil just pot this? Somebody said pot. RV Phil just potted with a 4-6-7-9,
She had nothing on the flop.
2 clubs. Zane comes along with Ace King Jack 7, 3 diamonds. Texas Kim does not want to play with 2-3-5-5. Aaron lets it go. We're heads up. Broadway cards against 4 to 9 straight cards. That is a good flop for RV Phil. He's got a straight draw and top pair, or middle pair.
Yep.
I wanted to know if you wanted a drink,
Yeah, I
damn
know.
it.
I still pay her. We're paying for it.
Last hand, guys. Just so you know.
Oh, well,
Last hand of the screen.
Really?
Of the stream. Thank you. But we can stay over there. Oh, yeah, fine.
no, yes, but no, definitely. Anyone stay?
I have to check in with my wife.
Yeah, and
Because I'm not sure
I
what.
just paid her $5 to check in with my husband. Probably won't do it for $5 to convert.
20.
Vincent, can
20 or
you make
25?
sure we have a handle ready for, this is the last hand.
You know what? I've got a weird suspicion that for the last half hour of the stream, Aiden is letting somebody else run Action Tracker.
Oh, okay.
I'm just guessing that. I don't know that, but there's been so many mistakes. I think he probably spent the first 3 hours teaching somebody how to do it,
Could
and
be.
now he's letting them do it, and there's a lot of mistakes. So we make it look easy. This is not easy.
Oh, I bet it's not.
But we make it look easy, and everybody thinks they can do it until they try to do it, and then they go, "Oh my goodness, this is killing me." Eddie said he always gets mad when people say how easy it is. Oh yeah, I could do that. No, you can't. It's cute that you think so. You can't do that. It takes a lot of practice. Ladybug with a top trips. Brian and RV Phil don't have much of it. RV Phil's got a straight draw. A 4 will also give him a full house, but they let it go. And it looks like they're racking up $25 bomb pot to end the stream.
All right.
Thank you for being with me, Jim.
Oh, no problem, Eric. It was fun.
Super entertaining.
I don't know
It
about
makes me
that.
want to learn more about PLO. Really.
Yeah, yeah. I can speak more intelligently about it.
The first PLO stream I did was at Champions 3 years ago for Kim and Hayden's Lone Star series. And I knew zero about Omaha. Now I know a little bit more than zero.
Well, I know from your neck of the woods, because Benny was talking to me about going up for one of the Rough Rider series.
Yeah.
They have a no limit Omaha tournament, and I have never heard of that.
So in Minnesota, gaming laws do not allow more than a $100 max bet. So pot limit is not a thing. We don't have no limit unless it's a tournament. So your regular cash games, there are no PLO cash games. There are no limit cash games.
Yeah, but the tournaments in that series were
Yeah,
no limit Omaha
yeah,
tournaments. I was like, I've never heard of that.
yeah,
You guys
probably.
were used to
Yeah,
up there.
it's probably because the dealers up there for Rough Rider are not casino trained dealers, and getting
yeah,
them to figure out a pot is complicated. But yeah, it's a good time. All right, we're not getting any overlays on this, so we might as well quit talking about it. It doesn't matter.
Someone's gonna win.
Yep, somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. Let's check out these win rates, because that's what really matters. Texas Kim up $1,600.
That's a nice hour's work.
Zane up $1,400. Now we've lost a couple of people because they left the game and Aiden deleted them. RPT was up huge.
KPT.
Yeah. You were talking about Rough Rider Poker Tour, and I said RPT. KPT was up huge, and who was it? Florida Boy was up huge. It was a good
Chris was
time.
up. Chris was up.
Hey guys, yeah, Chris was up, really good in the 2-seat. Thanks for watching us. We will be back in 3 hours for the 1-3 Dealer's Choice Button stream, and we will see you then. Thanks for joining me, Jim. We'll see you on the flip side.
Yep. Catch you later.